We're about to start the meeting, and the first thing is a fire warning by Patrick Adams. Patrick, if you would.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, with so many people in the room, it's very important that we just say we have no fire alarm schedule, test schedule. So the fire alarm does sound. Please leave by the exit, which I'm pointing to here. Members, you can go out through the door there. And can you please not use the lift? It's not working. And please, can you congregate outside the building at the car park so we can just check everyone's left. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a few things I'd like to say. Some of you, it may be your first occasion here for a planning meeting, and you may be looking at all us sitting here and wondering what on earth we all do. I'll explain it to you. Along here, you'll see members, they're all elected members of a district council, and they will be the ones that will be debating the cases and making the decisions. I'm the chairman, I'm an elected member, and my acting vice chairman is also an elected member. Along here, we have various experts, legal experts, planning people to advise us and correct us and make sure we follow on the right path. I really would like to say to you, welcome, and it looks like we're going to have a busy session this afternoon, and I'd like to make a few practical comments. We would go about 2 hours, if necessary, before we have a comfort break. Some of you may want one before that time. The door out there you can use at any time and turn left for a toilet, or the door over there you can go straight on for a toilet. Please help yourself if you wish to. Would you please make sure your telephones are turned off? And if you are asked questions by members, would you please answer the questions, but we've got a busy schedule and we don't want another 5-minute speech by people. Just answer the questions if you can. And I'm pretty much aware that, or I'm advised that the majority of you are from relative to a claim in Aldrich or an application in Aldrich, and so I've altered the scheduling, and I put item number 6 first of the proper applications and followed by item number 5. That should enable you to be the one you're interested in to be dealt with quickly, rather than you hanging around and people standing up when they'd rather sit. So the order has been changed. I'm going to now start moving to the regular agenda. And apologies and substitutions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we've had apologies from Councillor Lavinia Edwards and Councillor Mark Goldsack and Councillor James Lay. Councillor Keith Horgan is substituting for Councillor Goldsack. Councillor Lucius Vellacott is substituting for Councillor Lavinia Edwards.
Okay, thank you. Members, any declarations of interest? No. I now move on to item number 3. And is there any reason, members, why I should not, after the meeting is finished, sign the minutes from the 6th of May as a true record? Any reason why I shouldn't? And any reason why I shouldn't, at the same time, include the confidential minutes which were taken on that same day? I would intend to sign both those off, unless you've got any reason why I shouldn't. So the minutes will be signed off. In addition to altering the running order, I will be putting items 7 and 8 after item 12. And the reason is I don't believe there's very few people here who would be interested in items 7 and 8. And I've spoken to you with that. You may know that we've had a slight reorganisation here for this civic year, and the size of the committee has now gone from 12 to 11. And I'd just like to take this opportunity of thanking Councillor Akinwale, who is one of our member until now, but because we've been reduced, she is no longer nominated on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group. But I'd like to thank her for her help and very intelligent contributions that she's made to this committee. So thank you to her. And now we move on. We've talked about the running order. So now we go on to item number 6. And if we can go into the officer's presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Agenda item 6 is an application for a change of use, extension, alteration and part demolition of Building A to form offices, laboratories and staff facilities for research and development use, and change of use and extension and alteration of Building B on the site to form manufacturing facilities, and the erection of a new building to form further manufacturing facilities following demolition of Building C. The application also proposes a new vehicular access with associated parking and hard and soft landscaping, as well as drainage features. Application is at De Freville Farm, High Street in Aldworth. Before I start, just want to draw members' attention to the update report published on Monday in respect of further neighbour representations received. I'll move on now to the main presentation. So the site lies at the northwest of Aldworth, on the western side of High Street. It comprises approximately 1.17 hectares of land associated with De Freville Farm, which obviously is agricultural use. The land incorporates a number of structures, including the farmhouse at the front of the site, which is number 14, the High Street, with barns taking a secondary position in the street scene to the rear, as you can see on the aerial photo there. The area is predominantly characterised by two-storey residential uses along the High Street of varying sort of ages and scales and designs. There's an exception to this really is School Lane, which lies to the south of the site. You can just see on the aerial photo there that incorporates a couple of dwellings whose gardens abut the application site. The application proposes a revised layout to current. As you can see, the two plans there showing the proposed layout to the left, the existing layout to the right. So the proposal is to reuse the existing buildings, barn A and D, which are at the top, northern part of the site. Barn A is proposed to be the office and research and development use, as well as sort of ancillary sort of uses. Barn D, the large building at the rear of the site, is for B2 general industrial use. The proposal is to demolish an existing building, Barn C, as you can see on the plan to the right, to make way for a car park area and the erection of a new barn, we call Barn D, which again is for further B2 uses. The existing dwelling on the site is understood to be proposed to be retained either by occupation by employees of the business or privately let out or sold on the open market. A new access is proposed directly onto High Street through the site, in between existing dwellings number 14 and number 16 High Street. It measures around about 6.7 metres wide, opens up to a bell mouth which connects to the adopted highway, incorporates pedestrian infrastructure with tactile paving to accommodate crossing. The carriageway at the access is also proposed to be slightly widened to 6.1 metres to facilitate turning, entering and exiting of larger vehicles. The car park, situated sort of to the rear of the site, is capable of accommodating around 70 vehicles. It's policy compliant, and the internal arrangement also enables the ingress and egress of vehicles in a forward motion, in forward gear, which was obviously required by a local highway authority. The floor plans for Barn A sort of show the configuration as to how it's intended to be arranged. So the sort of main core of the building is to be used sort of for office uses, as you can see sort of on the plan there. There's meeting rooms and training rooms. The research and development area is sort of highlighted in that sort of purple greyish look onto the left there, so to the rear of that area, and a landscape courtyard, as you can see, set in the centre there for employees to use. These are the elevation details. So there are some modifications proposed, addition of a pitched roof, and sort of part demolition of some of the sort of more dilapidated buildings. But retention of that main sort of U-shape formation. In addition to that, the sort of external finishing is to sort of reuse and maintain that facing brickwork with new fenestration by way of black metal Whittle-style windows. Some existing openings to be bricked up to accommodate the use, and the roofs to be sort of retiled in slate as they currently are, or fibre cement sheeting where necessary. In addition, there are proposals for some new hardwood shutter doors at the main entrance, and the grain dryer vent, so the uppermost, highest part of the building there, is proposed to be sort of recovered in vertical timber. Barn B, which is obviously that larger building to the rear, far more simple in its design. It's proposed to be retained, modified, including shutter doors, where it's currently open frontage. It's proposed to be finished externally in a blue-green metal cladding and sort of roofing, with solar PV to be incorporated along its roof. And internally, the floor will be divided up to provide areas for manufacture, quality control, goods storage, handling, a bike store for employees, and welfare facilities at ground floor. There is a small area of upper floor with further welfare facilities and a staff room or function room. And then Barn D, the new building proposed, again, quite simple in its design. It finished in similar materials to the main Barn B. Again, including solar PV panels, roller shutter doors, and internally it's providing the sort of liquid and power blending, quality control, again, good storage and sort of processing, and again, some welfare facilities. In terms of drainage, Suds bioretention pond is proposed along the southern boundary of the site, with an area of sort of landscaping, ecological enhancement continuing along that southern boundary, including sort of tree planting, etc. The picture to the right also shows the sort of proposed drainage, which utilises that bioretention pond as part of the main sort of treatment train for surface water, discharging via infiltration, with sort of overflow, surface water overflow from the pond, discharging to the attenuation tank under the car park area before again discharging via infiltration. Just quickly run through some site photographs. So we've got photo 1 to the top left, which is a view from the high street, which is where the new access is proposed to go. You can see the sort of main farmhouse, number 14, in the picture there. Picture 2 is sort of a bit more of a view of number 14, the De Freville farmhouse. So you can sort of see architecturally quite striking on the high street. Picture 3 is the sort of southern facet of that dwelling, and again where the access is going to go. And then picture 4 is the bridleway that runs up alongside the farm at the moment. And you can see sort of the sort of how the buildings are arranged fronting onto the high street from there. So photo 5 is actually within to the rear of the farmhouse itself, which is proposed to be retained for the purposes of that house. But you can see obviously Barn A in the background there, in that sort of that grain dryer again. Photo 6 is the bridleway, which runs alongside, which was formerly used by the farm for sort of the main access to that large barn at the rear. And then the bottom photographs show sort of Barn A, sort of those side elevations and sort of the brick detail that they're finished in. Again, picture 9, very much the same, but heading back towards High Street. Picture 10, the Barn B, a bit more detail of Barn B, and then photos 11 and 12. 11 is panning across the site, sort of in between the rear of Barn A and Barn B. And then picture 12 is actually a shot taken to the northeast of the site, by the sort of the bridleway access, but looking across to dwellings there. So the main considerations are principal, highway impacts, access, character impacts, residential amenity, historic environment, ecology, and flood risk and drainage. In terms of the principle of development, the site, the access and the dwelling sits within the settlement. As you can see, the picture there shows the extensive settlement boundary versus the application site area. Policy had four focuses on extensions to the Haddenham Business Park, which is not particularly relevant in this instance, but it does also suggest that new employment proposals within or on the edge of the village will be supported in principle. EMP supports small-scale employment development, which is not defined in terms of scale, but obviously is a focus on the countryside. And then EMP4 supports the principle of proposals for reusing existing buildings in the countryside for B-class uses such as this. So the reuse of the site and the introduction of new development for employment use is acceptable in principle, subject to sort of further consideration of other policies of the development plan. In terms of the access, generally the policies require sort of safe and convenient access and then sufficient parking. The local highway authority have considered the application, and whilst they have got sort of some concerns over sort of manoeuvrability of HGVs through the main village, they don't consider it warrants refusal reason in this instance. The actual site itself and the access arrangements do demonstrate appropriate manoeuvrability, as well as policy compliant levels of parking. There is very limited access to public transport within the village. I believe it's one bus a week almost, and sort of other cycle and pedestrian infrastructure is also really not ideal to sort of encourage active travel modes of transport. So the limitations of active travel options would place a heavy reliance on staff and visitors to access the site via private motor car, and the transport assessment supporting the application predicts a sort of a worst case 29% increase in traffic volume through Aldrich as a result of the business. In terms of character impacts, policies generally require developments to sort of reflect existing characteristics, complement and be sympathetic to the areas. And obviously it tries to ensure that developments don't adversely impact on established characters. The design of the development would complement and enhance the existing farm buildings, resulting in a sympathetic reuse of the building. And would, in terms of the style of development proposed, would not look out of keeping with the current arrangement of buildings on that site. It would, however, be sort of substantially different in character in terms of the sort of the site layout, in terms of car parking, the general on-site activity and frequency and volume of traffic, which is notably greater than perhaps experienced before within the site, which is considered cumulative to bring about a significant change to the visual sort of an acoustic character of that site, particularly around the access area, where it currently doesn't experience an awful lot of traffic movement. In terms of residential amenity, obviously it's important to protect amenity through matters of noise, pollution, and other forms of sort of pollution there. HAD 13 seeks to avoid sensitive development being located in areas where nearby residents would be significant and adversely affected by noise, unless adequate and appropriate mitigation can be implemented. The scheme itself is not anticipated to cause any issues in terms of overlooking, overshadowing or visual dominance. There's been a comprehensive odour assessment been undertaken, and the Council's Environmental Health Officer is satisfied that those impacts would be negligible, subject to the approval of a final design. Lighting can be reasonably controlled through condition, having regard to the dark skies policy, HAD 14 on the neighbourhood plan. Noise within the actual main site and the buildings can be controlled via acoustic barriers and a noise mitigation plan. And again, our Environmental Health Officers satisfied that there wouldn't be any severe amenity harm to those immediate properties from activities within the site subject to those acoustic measures. However, it is considered that the intensification of traffic around that new access does raise concerns in respect to adverse noise and disturbance to residents, either side of the access and opposite. There is no way to sort of mitigate that, and the noise assessment itself doesn't really go into much detail in terms of that. It more centres around the physical activities within the site. In terms of the historic environment, the site is not within a conservation area, It is a locally listed building, so it's defined as a non-designated heritage asset. The Council's Heritage Officer considers the proposal represents an exemplar of reusing traditional agricultural buildings for alternative uses. Therefore, there is no harm to weigh against the public benefits of the scheme. So it's considered that in terms of heritage impacts, it's an acceptable form of development, and because of the sort of previously developed nature of the site, there are no archaeological requirements. In terms of ecology and biodiversity, the application is supported by a number of ecology surveys, including BAT assessments, preliminary ecological appraisals, tree impact assessments, and it's considered that the mitigation proposed, particularly in respect of bats, there are some bats on the site, bat roosts on the site, the mitigation proposed is acceptable. The applicant would need to get a bat licence in order to sort of make those modifications to the building, but it's considered that the mitigation set out is likely to be acceptable to Natural England, who would be the grantee of that licence. In terms of biodiversity net gain, the indications are that the site would achieve in excess of 10% through on-site habitat enhancements. And subject to conditions, there would be no significant impacts to ecology and biodiversity. In terms of flood risk and drainage, the site is generally in a low risk of flooding, flood zone 1. There are some small areas of surface water drainage that historically have been evident. However, the proposed drainage strategy combined with the infiltration option is deemed to be appropriate in this instance. There are no objections from the lead local flood authority. The IDB has raised concerns questioning the use of infiltration. The final design of the drainage is yet to be agreed, including demonstration of necessary consents from any of those water bodies that require consents for discharge. Foul drainage is potentially possible, given the existing foul network in the area, but again, that's to be subject to consents from the local water authority. So the local planning authority are required to determine applications in accordance with the development plan, unless there are material considerations to indicate otherwise. The development would result in the reuse of the site for new employment purposes, supporting around 30 full-time equivalent jobs, and would involve the retention and reuse of the historic barn arrangements, and would enhance their appearance, where there are currently clear signs of dilapidation and neglect. So this would yield social, environmental and economic benefits which carry significant positive weight in that planning balance. Furthermore, net gains in biodiversity and enhancements are achievable through the scheme. However, it is considered that the scale and nature of the development proposed, specifically in relation to the impacts accrued by the volume of traffic, the increased volume of traffic, and which is a symptom of the lack of alternative travel options available, and the location of the access, would have a significant detrimental impact to the relatively tranquil character of that village, and also the living conditions of residents immediately around that access. This carries significant negative weight. So in applying the planning balance, it's considered that the proposal is in conflict with the development plan. There are no material considerations of sufficient weight to indicate that a decision should be made otherwise in accordance with it. The recommendation is therefore to refuse as set out in the officer report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gavin. That's a lot of effort's gone into that report. Thank you. We now have Mike Wells. Mark Wells is one of the objectors. Please come and take a seat. You've got 5 minutes. An amber light will come on at 4, and you need to switch the microphone on. Start when you like, and when you have finished, will you stay where you are, because members may well want to ask you questions. So start in your own good time.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everybody. As Bill said, I'm Mike Wells, an Aldrich resident and chairman of the Aldrich Community Association. And I'm here to voice many residents and my objection to the proposed development. I find it hard to believe that consideration is being given to moving a factory to the heart of probably the smallest hamlet in East Cambridgeshire. It just seems crazy. A hamlet of less than 100 houses that residentials cherish for its peace and its tranquility. This development goes against our neighbourhood plan, which was democratically voted for by the residents to protect this local amenity. This development would change Aldrich dramatically, with noise, odour, traffic and lighting. When the site was a farm, agricultural machinery was used intermittently and primarily during seasonal periods, such as harvest. Such activity is part and parcel of living in a rural farming community. An industrial factory, however, is a fundamentally different proposition. Its scale, its intensity, pattern of operation is not inherent to the countryside and will be completely out of keeping with the character of this rural hamlet. We have a strong local community, as you can see by the members behind me, that got together to buy our old disused chapel and turn that into our village centre that provides community events and a regular playgroup on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, which is heavily subscribed. No doubt you witnessed that in your visit this morning. With parents bringing their children from Haddenham as well as being attended by our Aldrich youngsters. The prospect of 10 HGV tankers a day thundering in and out of the hamlet with young children walking the footpaths is concerning. Many residents have expressed concern over the noise, the odour, the traffic increase and disruption of our amenity by this factory. We received no initial contact or notice from the applicant, and when we organised a meeting to discuss the application and indeed the applicant to attend, we invited him to attend, more than 100 residents came to express their views, their concerns and their objections. And as the number of objections on the planning website shows, local opposition is significant. On a personal note, I live next to the proposed site. My 120-year-old house has shallow foundations, so I'm worried about tankers using the new access road just 5 metres away. Similar factories are usually located at least 500 metres from residential properties and are typically built on business parks. Why is this proposal so close to homes and treated as an exception? For the past 15 months, this application has been a constant source of worry for my wife, for me, and many of our neighbours. It dominates local conversation. We spend a great deal of time in our gardens, which would be affected by the noise of forklift alarms, HGVs, staff traffic, odour and intrusive lighting. We're also concerned about the proposed Suds Lake, a long stretch of stagnant water running the length of my property on its clay soil. A lot of residents chose Aldrich as a tranquil place to live and to retire to enjoy nature and peace, not to be an annex to a factory. I urge you, please support the planning officer's recommendation to refuse this application and allow us to return to normal life. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I was going to say I thought it was a very comprehensive report, but you've already got witnesses to that behind you. Will you just stay where you are, please? Sure. Members, questions? Away we go.
Please don't misunderstand me. I just want to get a clear view in my mind. Did the applicant have anything positive to offer you? I assume the applicant did come to the meeting.
He came to the meeting, and when asked, he said that when we have our annual fair, he would let us use the car park.
Okay. Did he not offer you employment opportunities?
No, because as we understand it, he's moving his factory from where it is now in Chittering to Aldrich. Same employees, no extras.
Oh, I see. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You're a fantastic representative of your community. Thank you for being here. May I ask you, I assume you've lived in Aldridge for a fair time. I'd like to get some idea of the comparison to expected traffic levels from when that site was functioning as a farm to what you expect from this application.
The farm traffic, to be honest, was negligible. And being in the sort of rural community we're in, you expect the odd tractor to go past when they're digging up potatoes. And you get the odd HGV to come and pick spuds up, but you don't get constant traffic. The heaviest traffic we get is when the mums and dads come to bring their kids to the play school and pick them up. We don't get through traffic because Aldridge doesn't go anywhere. It's one road in, you turn round and you come out again. So there is no constant traffic. It is very, very quiet, very, very peaceful.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Heavy vehicles. I believe I'm correct in saying that when we stopped there, there were at least 2 large heavy vehicles come through. Is that right? Can anyone else remember those? Yeah. So obviously some do come through.
The odd one, the odd one that comes through is when they don't read their sat-nav properly, and it should be a car. And that first one that came through this morning for Adnams Ale, and we've got no pub or licensees in the village, got to the end of the village, realised his mistake, turned round and went out again.
Yeah. Sat-nav does have a lot to answer for. Just on another point, this is quite a large area. It is becoming derelict, so not a pleasant site in itself, and it will only get worse. What would you like to see in its place? What sort of development there?
It's hard to think of that straight out of the place. All I can think of, off the top of my head, is we used to have another farm further down the village, Coulson's farm. That went bust, the people passed on. And 1, 2, 3, perhaps 4, I call them quality homes, were built on the site. One was a barn conversion, 3 other houses were built and turned it into a very attractive area.
I would have to refer to our officers, but I don't know that. Is this without the village envelope for building? I know it's sort of seemed to be an exception for business.
It's there, so that's outside.
Yeah.
It was on an earlier door.
So it could be possible that housing isn't a possibility. Just a point.
I think it would have to be very limited housing because of the facilities and the services that Aldridge have, which are very, very limited.
I think it's the case that it might not.
Councillor Ambrose-Smith,
Yes.
have you asked Gavin a question? Well, let's get back to you asking Gavin a question and Gavin, you answering it, if you would.
Okay, so in respect to sort of the site in relation to the settlement boundary, the plan shown here, the dark black line shows the extent of settlement boundary, which includes the farmhouse that we saw today on the site visit, but excludes the buildings to the rear of that. So anything to the rear of that would be outside the village envelope. Obviously, it does contain buildings already, and the purpose of our policies that try and protect countryside is to protect new development in countrysides to prevent the harm to the countryside. So obviously we've already got buildings on that site, which would be a material consideration as it is here in this application. I think it's also just worth to note that the report does point out a previous outline permission for a dwelling on this site with an access in a similar location to what we're looking at today, but just slightly obviously narrow because it's only serving one dwelling. But that was never, that's not come forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Trapp.
Thank you very much. My question is similar to Councillor Ambrose-Smith's. The conservation officer has said that it's a very imaginative use of that site. It retains the character of that site. And I do agree with him in that respect. Is it mainly the traffic that is bothering you as opposed to the actual use of that site as a slightly industrial space.
The whole idea of it being an industrial space bothers me. The vibrations, the noise, the light, just the disruption. We can stand in our high street now, 3 or 4 neighbours, and not hear we struggle to hear a bird sing. It is so quiet. So a bit of traffic you expect, but to have an industrialisation unit in the middle of the village is going to destroy the village completely. It's such a small, quiet, tranquil hamlet.
It depends on the business, I think.
Okay.
Okay, is that questions? Yes, I think it is. I'd like to make one question. I was rather surprised this morning when I saw the amount of cars that were parked in the high street, and I think you've answered my question, but if you would confirm, the majority of those people who were parked in the street were mums or dads of
Hadnam
children
parents.
that were, they'd be Hadnam or old with parents who were going to the nursery, and
Yes, in the village centre.
we didn't get far enough towards them to hear the noise, which I'm sure came out of there. But
They were in the playground with all their equipment. They were making enough
but
noise.
they were local people with their children.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. And thank you very much. That's it. And if you get your seat. And now we have Albert Remigin. You've got five minutes, sir. If you could turn your microphone on, and an amber light will come on, and members may wish to ask you questions, so will you stay where you are when you've finished? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Albert Remain. I'm the owner of Taste Flavorings and the applicant for this job. We bought the Frevel in early 2024 and spent the following 14 months preparing our planning application to convert the derelict farm buildings into what we hope will become the next home to our business. We are a family business with the next generation already involved, and we would like to move from rented premises into premises that we own. We provide high quality employment for 25, it's actually slightly more, 26, 27 families, more than half of whom live within the 10-mile radius of Aldworth. We're opening 2 new manufacturing units overseas in the coming year, but the UK will remain our main technical hub, as the expertise needed to analyze and design flavors is concentrated in only a few locations worldwide. We have already sympathetically restored the farmhouse and would now like to restore the brick buildings and barns, creating a smart campus-style site. This approach has been strongly supported by the Conservation Officer. The plans will enhance biodiversity and deliver a highly sustainable and an energy-efficient development. Over the last year, we have addressed all the requirements raised by planning officers and relevant agencies, and we have received no objections from any of the statutory consultees. I understand that people are concerned about change and the unknown. However, traffic generation would be much more modest than some residents fear, a point that has been accepted by Highways. We want to be part of the community as good neighbours, and I hope your decision will help us all move forward in a positive and a constructive way. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Vellicott.
Thank you. You talk about there being less traffic than some residents fear. Less of a lot is still a lot. So the assessment that we've made in the planning documents is that there is up to a 29% increase in traffic through Aldworth. That's significant. What would you do to mitigate against that? What assurance can you give the residents behind you that that's not going to be as significant for vibration, for noise, for traffic into the site?
We are talking about 3 to 4 lorry movements a day. Now, 29% of nothing is still nothing. So where the 29% is coming from, I'd have to look into that. We are a low impact site. And I think that should be emphasized here. We're a low impact site. We employ 25 to 30 people on a site this size. That's why we were forced, it's the custom to have 70, 75 car park spaces because that would be more of the norm. We're a small business, low impact. And obviously it suits to make it a 29% figure, but we're not stacking up lorries in the village.
Councillor Trapp.
Thank you very much. We say vehicle movements.
Right.
What size are the vehicles? I mean, are they huge container lorries? Are they transit vans?
It's a combination of Arctic lorries and fixed axle lorries. I don't know how you call them. Of course, we've got transit vans like DHL and UPS, like everybody has nowadays, and Amazon.
So,
But the lorries are a combination between Arctic lorries and fixed axle lorries.
And your estimate is 3 to 4 a day.
That's what we currently have, yes.
Okay, so that because Mark Wells said 10 a day.
Yes.
So, okay. And the other one is Barn D. I understand Barn B is for manufacture.
Yes,
Is Barn D also manufactured?
Also.
So it will be subject to odor control as well?
yes.
Okay, and noise? What's the noise level?
We've had it all kind of measured at the current location. We had a report made on that. Noise is negligible. We're not a hammering noise-making site. We've got mixers, but they're in well-insulated buildings.
Okay, and I suppose actually, I'm not sure if it's for the planning officer, but Mark Wells mentioned the vibrations due to
Right.
traffic. Is there any mitigation? But perhaps I ought to ask the planning officer.
If we need to
mitigation about how hard it will be.
If we need to mitigate that, then we'll mitigate it. And I just stress that the whole access to the site was not our idea. It was a highways idea. We would rather use the current entrance to the site.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councillor Whelan.
So you're saying that it was the highways' idea to use that
The highways
access?
recommendation, yes.
Yeah, so did you actually meet any of the highways officers on site?
Not personally, no. But the highways has been on site. I wasn't there, but they have been on
So
site.
did any of your representatives meet the highways officers?
Did you? Yeah,
Yes?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. The first one is there's lots of concerns from objectors around odours and smells from the current factory. How are you proposing to resolve those, if you can, from the new site, is my first question.
The current factory was never fit for purpose. That's where I started the business 14 years ago. It's a leaky old farm building. This building will be state-of-the-art insulated and controlled with state-of-the-art extraction and air treatment systems as well. As an example, I was yesterday at one of our customers, McCormick's. They make all the dustings for potato crisps for PepsiCo. They live in the middle of a residential area. There was not an odor in the air. So there are ways that you can control the odor, which we haven't. Which our old site, again, it's not ideal to do that because of the character of the old building.
Okay, I'll leave that there. My second question is really around what currently are the hours of manufacture you're operating at Chittering, and what do you propose those hours to be if you were successful?
We currently have manufacturing hours from 8 till 4. Actually, I'll correct that. On Monday, it's 8 to 4. On Tuesday till Thursday, no, it's Tuesday to Friday, it's 7:30 till 2 o'clock. And that's it. No weekend, no evenings, no night shifts, no overtime. And we intend to continue that going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Trapp.
Final question about traffic movements. Is that means that will the traffic movements, the vehicle access, be during those hours, or can they be restricted to? Because 8 o'clock does seem to be quite a high density traffic problem. and will it be exacerbated by having more traffic on the roads? Is it necessary for your vehicles to come or whatever?
I think lorries very rarely arrive early in the morning. That's more a daytime thing. Obviously, the staff will arrive. Not
Yes.
everybody starts at 8 o'clock. Most people in the office start at 9.
Thank
They
you
leave
very
at
much.
5.
There you go.
Yeah, sorry, I'm also on vehicle movements. Please, can you just be a bit more clear about when you would expect heavy vehicles to move backwards and forwards and how many times, please?
I can't give a precise timing on that. Generally, what I see at our side, vehicles very rarely arrive before 10.
No, sorry, I didn't mean the time of day. I
Right.
meant over the course of a 5-day week.
Yes.
I assume you're just going to be continuing to operate on a 5-day week.
Yes.
How many times would you expect a vehicle, a large vehicle, to arrive or depart? Do they arrive and load up and go away again on the same
Yes.
day?
Some vehicles, they wait until they're loaded, and some are staying overnight. That's one particular vehicle to one particular destination.
Okay.
Generally, vehicles arrive, get unloaded or loaded, and they leave.
Okay, what, one a day on average? Or?
We count 3 to 4 a day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And generally, Friday is generally a dead day, like everywhere in business nowadays. So it's probably more on Monday, Tuesday, and less on Thursday, Friday.
Okay, thanks very
Yeah.
much.
Councillor Ambrose Smith.
Thank you. Your working hours, operation hours, seem very, very acceptable. As your business grows and one hopes prospers, would you expect to have longer working hours, or is that going to be company policy that you?
I don't want to. Our business is depending to a high standard of accuracy. Tired staff make more mistakes, so I like the kind of compactness of manufacturing hours. I briefly mentioned that we are setting up manufacturing units overseas to do heavy lifting for other markets. So basically that automatically alleviates Aldris from more pressure.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come in. It's coming back on an answer you gave to Councillor Colbert, where there's one if I got this wrong, excuse me, where there's one HGV that is parked overnight and then goes off somewhere. Is that proposed to carry on, and is that vehicle going to be parked on site, or does it park off site?
No, it's parked on site.
Okay, it's on site. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, and unless the customer disappears, that will go on.
No, I was thinking obviously of a vehicle, an
No, it won't be
HGV
parked
parked
on the high
on
street.
road. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no, no.
okay, thank you.
No.
Councillor Horgan.
Thank you, Chair. So just wanted to check some of the facts. So your daily operations Monday to Friday, 7:30 or 8 a.m. until 2 p.m. in the afternoon,
On Friday, yes.
each day, or a variation thereof,
No,
but
yeah, okay.
not a full working day, no evenings, no weekends.
Correct.
Okay. And the vehicles that come to site, particularly the HGV vehicles, am I right in assuming that the vehicles entering the site are delivering raw materials?
Yeah.
And then the ones that are leaving site are taking some form of finished product?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to say, I'll ask you a question. Did I hear that your opening hours normally would be 7:30 in the morning? Is that what you said?
The factory starts early on Tuesday to Friday at 7:30.
And finishes?
Normally at 4 o'clock Monday to Thursday, and finishes at 2 o'clock on Friday.
It seems to me that Aldris is a sort of family community, and would you consider that those opening hours might clash with children being driven to schools, or mums or dads picking up kids and moving them around? Would you say that there's a possibility of a clash there?
I couldn't tell you. I guess the vehicle movements of that you witnessed this morning, they're not from Aldworth, they're from somewhere else. Otherwise, they would walk. So, you know, how do I need to answer to the question? Would you think that they would interact with? How many vehicle movements are there from Aldworth to a school? How many children are there in Aldworth? I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry.
Where I was standing this morning was, I believe, right in the middle of where the proposed entrance was going to be.
Right.
And it struck me that I wasn't too far away from the old chapel.
That's correct.
Where kids were playing, and I'm sure if I stood there for a little bit longer, I'd have probably been swamped by them as they left. But thank you for your answer.
Okay.
Members, any more questions? No, thank you very much indeed. And we now have, I've got a blank spot where it says neighbour to speak. Is that just blank, or is there someone who hasn't given their name? No? Well, there's no one there. And now Haddenham Parish Council, Councillor Mark Hugo. I think you know the procedure, Councillor Hugo.
Right. Good afternoon. I'm Mark Hugo, a parish councillor and one of your district councillors from 2015 to 2019, speaking on behalf of Haddenham Parish Council to object to this application for a chemical processing factory in Aldworth. Our chairman and clerk are here today as well. At the heart of this case is a very simple issue. This development is in the wrong place. The site lies outside the development envelope, hence in the countryside, as defined in both the local plan and the neighbourhood plan. Therefore, this application conflicts with policies HAD 1 and Growth 2. These permit development in the countryside for agriculture, equestrian or forestry, or uses that can clearly demonstrate a need to be in the countryside. This chemical factory does not fall into any of these categories. Other more suitable sites do exist, such as Haddenham Business Park or Lancaster Way. Our research shows that all other flavouring chemical factories in the UK are on business parks or industrial sites. The Parish Council has a strong track record working with ECDC to improve life for residents. The partnership has delivered real outcomes, including affordable CLT homes for local families, new recreation facilities, and most importantly, the recent neighbourhood plan. Approving this application will undermine such work with ECDC going forward and set a dangerous precedent. As you all know, it's worth emphasising, though, this neighbourhood plan required a democratic vote of residents to approve it. The impact on residential amenity will be significant. As has been said, Aldworth is a small rural hamlet. Industrial activity of this nature with associated noise, very substantial odour, as is quite clear from visiting the existing site, and heavy extra traffic does not belong in this setting, particularly where that activity involves chemical processing and HGV, indeed tanker movements in very close proximity to homes. The company currently operates on a business park where the nearest property is approximately 500 metres away. Almost all properties in Aldworth are within 400 metres of this site, and over 50% of them are within 150 metres. The proposed factory entrance is less than 5 metres from a house over 120 years old with shallow foundations. As the officer has stated in his report, this would introduce an unacceptable urban form into the rural street scene. Excuse me. There are a substantial number of objections from residents with real concerns about their daily lives being affected. Indeed, over 50% of Aldworth homes have sent written objections with real planning issues. Noise projections indicate a doubling of decibels levels compared to the existing measured 20 dB baseline. That is a 100-fold increase in sound intensity, which translates to roughly 400% increase in perceived sound level, a significant and harmful change. The proposal will be a clear intensification of use of the site, not just reusing farm buildings. Introduces machinery, more traffic, more staff, deliveries, loading, lighting, completely different level of activity from farming. The character of the village will be fundamentally altered by introducing a chemical factory in the centre of the hamlet. The roads in both Aldworth and Haddenham, for which all traffic must go to get to Aldworth, are constrained and residential in nature and include a 20 mile an hour zone, which in many places is very close to houses with narrow or no pavements. The zone was introduced recently to mainly reroute HGVs away from Haddenham. It is not adequate for frequent HGV movements, and there is no alternative suitable routing plan that avoids this zone. The road into Aldred is narrow, and an HGV and car cannot pass without mounting the verge in places. In Aldred itself, the proposed chemical factory entrance is opposite the village centre, which is mainly used as a regular preschool, meaning cars are often parked all along the high street, with parents delivering young and unpredictable children who would have to negotiate frequent HGVs, including tankers with possible hazardous contents, arriving and then turning using both carriageways. The application also presents an inaccurate picture of sustainability. It suggests good cycle routes and public transport. In reality, although there's no cycle routes and only one bus a week on Thursdays at 10 o'clock. This means the development would rely heavily on private vehicles, which conflicts with national policy of sustainability. No external security lighting has been submitted. Clearly, there would need to be some, and it's difficult to see how that would not conflict with the neighbourhood plan's dark skies policies. Finally, a previous Section 106 agreement required a building on the same site to cease operation, specifically to protect nearby residents from noise pollution. This proposal would introduce a chemical factory on that same site with greater noise, activity and disturbance than the use what was previously told to stop. That directly undermines the purpose and spirit of that agreement. Haddon Parish Council strongly supports the officer's refusal, as the plan would ruin the lives of many people sitting here and many others back in Aldrich. We urge you to support the officer and reject this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hugo. Members, questions?
My glasses on, see, I'm talking to
Councillor Ambrose-Smith.
Christine.
No. I think you're being a little disingenuous. You make much of the odour and noise potential problems. The applicant did speak quite at length to reassure the committee and residents that the noise and odour would be quite different from the current factory which operates in an old building which isn't fit for site. I think he has plans which will seal the buildings to retain the odour, and as the applicant said, the noise level from
Could we limit this to a question, please?
Yeah. Well,
Councillor
I said you are
Ambrose-Smith.
being a little disingenuous. How would you answer that?
I'd answer that because I've seen the mitigation on the odour in particular using technology which is yet to be proven. And our research indicates that technology is not used on any site yet. So we do not want to be the guinea pigs where that goes wrong, because it's difficult to enforce it once the building's up and all the money's been spent, to say, actually, it breaches this, but we'll let you go ahead anyway. That's what would happen. And that technology has not yet been proven, and the officer said that in his report.
Councillor Trout.
Thank you very much. Couple of questions. One is that I've sort of used this map and measured distances, and I measured the distances from the barn B and barn D and B is about 75 metres away from the nearest houses. That's not that one.
At the top.
Yeah. So it is quite a distance away. The other one, I was thinking about this, and there's lots of angst has been made about the access, the proximity of children and discharging and actually getting them to there. But there are set times for when the playgroup is acting. So it might be a condition that one could have, a mitigation condition, that there would be no traffic at certain times of the day, which is determined by Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, when the school is, people dropping off children to school and when they are collecting them. How would you think about that?
The playgroup is its main users. There's lots of other users go on during the days and the evenings. It would be difficult to run a successful village centre which has to keep money in to keep the upkeep, to restrict people to certain days. If people want to hire that hall on certain days, we have to do it, otherwise we can't keep the hall going. So it's not just a playgroup. And unfortunately, there is no parking facility at the village hall. It's an old Baptist hall. People didn't have cars when it was built, and those cars will have to park in the high street. So I can't see how that's practical, and I'm sure that can't be practical for the applicant either.
Actually, slight follow-up question. I'm not sure about the applicant, but it does quite a bit of space there. I mean, one could actually have a bit of parking for the village hall there. Something that is something one might sort of have in the background. Thank you. I know it's not in there, but one's inquiring the whole time.
I'd remind members that I am very keen that this is a question to the speakers, and the speakers will answer yes or no, and the questions won't deviate, please. Thank you. Any more questions for the speaker? No? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And we have ward councillor but no name. I think I recognise the gentleman coming, and I don't think you need any instructions.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. The problem with this is that Hadnam and Aldworth are different. When we devised and calculated the plan, we didn't call it the Hadnam Parish Plan, we called it a Hadnam and Aldworth Neighbourhood Plan, because Aldworth is very different from Hadnam. In Hadnam, we accept large numbers of extra houses being built, and we have an industrial area. In fact, the plan actually just says we've got some spare space on our small industrial area. Mind you, I think this place would be better at Lancaster Way, but that's irrelevant. Now, the problem we've got is that this, I think, well-meaning person is basically putting his factory in the wrong place. Aldworth is not suitable for an industrial factory, and assuming that the business will be successful and will grow, we will end up with large numbers of staff having to come to this place. Each of them will have to come by car because there's no way you could walk or cycle to Aldworth from anywhere really, because they haven't got hardly a proper bus service, and the footpath is certainly incapable of taking cycles and not very easy to walk on, but anyway, because it's not tarmacked at all. So we've got a proposal to put something plonk in the middle of Aldworth, which is a small residential hamlet with lots of elderly people living there, and people have moved there because they want a quiet place. And if nobody there wants a factory, and it just is totally inappropriate. Now, it isn't so much so that the building might be okay, and even using the barns might be okay by looking at it, but it is not the right thing for this area. It's out of context with the street scene, with the village, altogether completely in the wrong place. And I think the real problem we have is if the planning committee decides that they would like to go ahead with this application, permanently this area will be an industrial site, and either this firm will grow and expand and we'll end up with all those 70 car parking spaces full of staff, or if they move somewhere else, planning committee will have given this site permission to be industrial forever, and it's just not the right place to be, because this place needs to be a quiet residential hamlet like it's always been. And therefore, please throw out this application and encourage the owners to find somewhere much more suitable to put their factory. And we hope that they'll be highly successful and expand, but not in Aldworth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Well, thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Members, questions for Councillor Wilson? Well, there are no questions for you. I think either you were fully comprehensive and everybody understood you. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And I think we have now gone on to We're going back to the office. Briefly, like to just say if there's anything that's cropped up during the meeting so far. I would urge speed.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So through you. So just a couple of points, I think, to pick up on during those questions that came through there. I think, firstly, just to address the matter of highways' influence over the position of the access, etc. Just to clarify, the bridleway that currently existed to serve the agricultural use, the concerns, the main primary concerns raised by the local highway authority were, its suitability, just because it's a bridleway, but also its proximity to existing access points, which would lead to sort of confusion to drivers potentially driving into the wrong accesses. So that's really why that was ruled out. And obviously, as I said before, there's an outline planning permission for a single dwelling within that site immediately adjacent to the farmhouse. So I think Highways therefore suggested that they look at that access point as a means of access into the site. So just to clarify on that. There was some query, I think, with the raised with the applicant in terms of where the increase of traffic came from. That came from the applicant's transport assessment, where they've sort of concluded that on a worst case scenario, so sort of based on the floor area being created here and the potential full occupation of the site, you'd be looking at an up to a 29% increase in traffic movement from this site, in addition to sort of what the village currently experiences, which they say equates to around about 166 transport movements a day across the day. And obviously that's anything from sort of 7 till 5, I think, is what they kind of look at. But obviously those peak hours being where they would expect the main sort of staff and that to arrive. They have suggested that HGV movements are likely to be outside of those peak hours, i.e. between sort of 9 and before 5, which is probably more suited to sort of the operations on that site anyway. So that's just to sort of capture off some of the traffic based stuff. I think in terms of, I think Councillor Trapp raised potential conditions in terms of restricting hours of traffic, etc. I think we just need to be very cautious that if that is a suggestion, that if a business is permitted or deemed to be appropriate in this location, it wouldn't be reasonable to then stifle it by putting on onerous conditions that actually restrict its ability to operate functionally. So I think just in terms of the consideration of conditions, should it come to that, that's something to be quite mindful of, I think. That said, if there are sort of significant concerns about sort of the potential use of this business, it's an application for a B2 use, so an open B2 use. So it could be anything that falls under that B2, B1 banner. Then obviously there could be consideration to some sort of personal consent being granted to if members are ultimately satisfied that the use, this specific use with the specific mitigation is sort of restricted to the actual operator themselves rather than an open B2 use, which could give way to uncontrolled noise and additional transport impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we've got to a stage where it's members questioning the officer. And Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one question, and it's for the Environmental Health Officer. And it's following on from the question asked of the applicant. On page 63, paragraph 27, Environmental Health have said the odour appraisal finds there is negligible risk of adverse odour impacts. Then we move on to page 76 and over to 77, paragraph 101, where it's touched on, I think it was Councillor Hugo mentioned it as well. The report acknowledges this is about mitigating the odours. This is a new process and operating conditions uncertain. Therefore, a draft OMP management plan has been proposed that includes procedures for monitoring actions to be taken should improvements be required. One of my concerns are that as this is a new process, say we did give permission today for this, and then we find that this new system doesn't work. We're up a gum tree without a paddle sort of thing. So I'm just really want to know from the officer what your thoughts are on this, because the odours are certainly one of my big concerns on this.
So I suspect there might be a bit of confusion about the wording of new process technology, because the suggested mitigation, the HEPA filters, the carbon filtration, the negative pressure, those are all registered control measures that are operating within different businesses that I come across, like maggot breeding. They all have negative pressure to control odour and sort of fly egress from sites. Carbon filtration, HEPA filtration, that's all present in sort of commercial kitchens and air extract systems. So the mitigation they're proposing isn't sort of new. I think they're suggesting that the process is new in that location. It's the same sort of thing that's happening in, is it Chesham? But new for this location. The mitigation that they're proposing isn't new. That's industry recognised and accepted.
If I can come back, Chair, sorry, through you. So basically what they're proposing is some system that actually takes away some of these odours compared to what they're operating at Chittering.
So the negative pressure is seeking to contain the odour from escaping the buildings, but when it exits through the extract systems, the filtration system they proposed will capture that before it sort of exits, it is discharged into the atmosphere. And the odour impact assessment includes monitoring plan and regular maintenance of those filters, as well as a robust complaints procedure in case of any issues as well. And also, I should just highlight that Planning Permission doesn't confer immunity from action for statutory nuisance. So if it does generate complaints through odour, we can still investigate for our statutory nuisance provisions in the Environmental Health Department.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Vellacott.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions, if I may. The first is that whilst there's no formal objection from the IDB, they have, somewhat unusually in my experience, illustrated a number of concerns. Whether officers could elucidate that a bit further so we can understand any concerns the IDB might have, any mitigations that might be in place by the applicant.
Yeah, thank you. So through you, Chair. So I'm just quickly trying to go back to the IDB concerns. Yeah, para 42 there. Yeah, so I think that they've obviously raised concerns over the accuracy of the FRA. And obviously, I think the FRA perhaps doesn't pick up on a couple of watercourse locations. They're worried, obviously, that I think historically there was a leachate event, possibly from the farm, I'm not certain, which obviously they had to do a bit of a clear up on. And obviously that had potential for some significant impacts. So I think they're concerned that perhaps the FRA didn't pick up nearby watercourses and therefore perhaps doesn't consider sort of that emergency issue should there be leachates from the site. So it's mainly about sort of pollution risks. However, the applicant has put forward a drainage strategy which obviously seeks to contain the surface water within the site, and as I said, go through that treatment train through the Suds retention pond, and then via infiltration into the ground. So ultimately the pond would be sort of the cleanser of any sort of such surface water that comes off of that. I can't account for what happened with the farm historically. It's a completely different process. But certainly the surface water drainage strategy here appears to be sort of self-contained and then via that treatment train through infiltration. They've questioned whether storage tanks and soakaways are capable of withholding sufficient amounts of water, noting their identification of subsoil. Obviously, the applicant's done quite a bit of work in terms of ground investigations, concluding themselves that infiltration is possible. Notwithstanding that, the LLFA have asked that obviously the development is put forward via a sort of an approved finalised drainage design. So it would be for the applicant to demonstrate that drainage design will actually work and that there will be sufficient underground storage to accommodate anticipated surface water.
Thank you, Kevin. My second question concerns the policy growth 2, which has an exception for rural employment necessity. My question to you in strict planning terms is, does this count as a rural business?
Well, as I set out in the principle...
That's an easy one. I'm sure you can answer that in about 2 seconds.
Well, I think really if you look at paragraph 71 of the report there, that does actually identify growth 2. and essentially says that if it's development outside the defined envelope, then it won't fully comply with Growth 2. However, you have to consider the development plan as a whole, and there are a number of policies in there that do actually support in principle development proposals that might not necessarily be within the village boundary. I don't consider it, perhaps, it fits within the exception to Growth 2, and I think it says that. But obviously there are neighbourhood plan policies, HAD 4 for example, that does set out that development can be adjacent or on the edge of a village or settlement. Thank you.
Members, any more questions for the officers? Councillor Trapp. I will repeat my comments at the start of this meeting. Will members and officers please answer quickly?
Two questions then. One is, I may have missed it in the report about the parking, the car parking. Will there be hard standing, or will water be able to drain off it? It will be permeable or not? That, I think the question is.
Yeah, so my understanding from the drainage strategy is that there is underground storage there. Now, that primarily will take surface water from the any overtopping from the attenuation pond and store. Obviously, the final drainage strategy will set out what the actual surfacing would need to be for that, whether that needs to be permeable or not, ultimately.
Okay, but I'm not sure, I don't think, and I'll keep it for debate. Okay, thank you.
Members, we will now move on to debate, and Keith Horgan, Councillor Horgan, away you go.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it brief, and I'm sure you'll be pleased at that. As with most planning applications, this is a consideration of a balance between the positives, which is reuse of the site, reuse of the buildings, and economic development, versus the negatives, which is obviously the considerable additional traffic and the disruption to the rural character and tranquility of Aldrich. And simply for those reasons, I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation to refuse. Thank you, Chair.
Is that a proposal?
Happy to propose that, Chair.
I beg your pardon, my Vice Chair wants to say something.
No, this is Velicott.
Okay. I've made a note of that, and we'll continue with the debate. Councillor Velicott.
Thank you, Chair. Here's where I'm at with this one, and it is a difficult one. The amount of objection is obviously not something that planning law allows us to consider, but what it does allow us to consider is the quality. And the objections have been of an unusually high quality, and it's testament to the village of Aldrich how seriously that they've taken this. To reel off a few things without wasting any time, the IDB does retain concerns, and I sit on a number of IDBs, and they are serious concerns. There is an access issue on the site to which Highways retains some concerns, although there's no formal objection. The main problem is it is so far above the standard level of traffic for a village in Aldrich that it is unacceptable on that basis. And more fundamentally than that, relating to the question that I've asked, it's outside the boundary, and I'm more than willing to consider things on their merits outside the boundary, but we are a rural area, and Aldrich is the most rural of our rural area, and it has to be right within that policy. Now, I do want to say I'm massively in favour of employment in East Cambridgeshire. I wish this applicant nothing but the best for their business, and I want us as an authority to support them, but what I want us to support first is the use of land in our most rural areas, and there is no rural need, so Growth 2 stands. There's no proposal from the applicant to compensate against that with the additional public transport investment or anything like that. From my perspective, Growth 2 stands. Growth 2 is, and the Haddenham neighbourhood plan, which has had the enormous amount of effort into it, stands. We have to support our rural areas. Unfortunately, this proposal is not acceptable for the location it's in, and that is what we're here to decide as planning committee members, so I'm happy to second Councillor Horgan's proposal to refuse the application.
Well, I've kept my opinion to myself, as I have to do until we reach this stage. Many of you may know that I was actually born in Wilburton 80 years ago, and I think I probably know Aldrich better than most. I've also been the county councillor for Aldworth for 20 years, and so it's a place that I recognise its pluses and its minuses. It's fair to say that there's no shop. It's fair to say that there's only one bus a week. It's also fair to say that there was a garage there, but I think that's now closed as the owner has retired. And however, despite those disadvantages, people go to Aldworth and they live in Aldworth and they love Aldworth. Why? Because of the peace and quiet and the neighbourliness and the decency and the fact that they know when there's a brewer's lorry come down the village by mistake, they know. And it's a special community, and it's one that I think is special and good, and I think it should be retained. And I think this would change the character of the area totally. So I'm very happy to second Councillor Horgan's proposal. Pardon? I understand you were speaking quietly and you seconded it already. Well,
I can speak more loudly and say I'm happy to second it.
well, in which case it is sufficient to say that it's been proposed by Councillor Horgan and seconded by Lucius. We will now go on to, but I will certainly be supporting the officer recommendation and that. Now we go to other members who may... Mr. Trapp.
Don't sound so surprised. Can I just correct one thing, that Aldworth is not the smallest habitation in East Cambs. It is, I think, it is Wesley Waterless. It has far fewer houses. It is a settlement.
We won't have a debate.
Anyway, we're not having a debate there. I'm just putting forward that as a contention. I've listened to... I very much like the idea of this, of having, in principle, without the, of having something which is research-based and manufacture, and actually trying to improve the quality of what they're doing. I think that's really nice, and I think the plans are very imaginative in having that central forecourt, which is similar to what we have here. There's a little courtyard in between, which looks great, and having that. I think in terms of the traffic, and I'm thinking about the cars for the employment, given the hours that I think the factories or the employers are coming, I don't think actually that will conflict much at all, because the employers will be arriving before 7:30 to start the work at 7:30. So I don't think many people will be up and about, and certainly children won't be up and about. So in terms of the car traffic, the access for the employees, I think this is actually, it will match quite well. The real problem, I think, is the vehicular access. Yeah, it's going to be difficult, that. I mean, I think that is going to add to the problems of the village. I think it's going to be disquiet. And I'm still two-minded about this. It's a pity it's not the side entrance where the farm existing thing is. So I'm still slightly concerned. I think it's a really imaginative design. I think it's the right thing, but it may be the wrong thing in the wrong place. The right thing in the wrong place.
We're now in... You can turn your microphone off, Councillor Kirk.
Good, thank you very much.
Any more comments? Alan Sharp, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as always, we have difficult decisions to make. That's why we're here. I've got concerns, and I hear partly of what Councillor Trapp says, that some of the employee traffic may not be in the most busy times of the day, although I'm sure people leaving Aldworth at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning to go to school or go to Cambridge or Ely or wherever they go to is going to be quite difficult. And I've still got concerns about the odour issues, but obviously equally we've got employment issues here where we've got potentially 30, I know they're employed in Chittering, but moving to Aldris. I mean, I am going to support the officer's recommendation for refusal because I think on balance that's the right thing to do, but it's not been an easy one. Yes, I will support it. And at the end, I don't think it is the smallest hamlet. I think Upend is, but still, we will, we will beg to differ.
We're still on debate, but we have a proposal and we have a seconder. And have any more comments that members would wish to make before I...
Christine Ambrose-Smith.
Councillor Ambrose-Smith.
I support much of what Councillor Trapp has said. I think it looks potentially very good. I think when people in a community are confronted with something that they don't immediately recognise, a touch of hysteria, dare I say, comes into play. I live in a community surrounded by all sorts of things which change all the time. You get used to lots of things. This is a brilliant new business. You know, I think that after a while it will find its place and it would be accepted. Well, I was going on to say that I would really like to see this approved because I think it's an excellent scheme. It's making the most of what is a derelict area at the moment. And at the end of the day, what else is going to fill that space? Something will need to. Presumably, if the applicant is unable to build here, there's a possibility it may be sold. And that might end up with a worse situation.
Is that Councillor Whelan? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have obviously concerns about the amount of traffic that would, if this was approved, would come into the hamlet. I have concerns about the safety of the residents in the area. I have massive concerns about where the actual entrance comes out onto the road, being very close to the village community centre, for want of a better word. It is well used. I don't believe that the access road is in the right place. I don't believe that it has been looked at effectively from the safety point of view. So therefore, my opinion is that I would go with the officer's recommendation to refuse the application.
Councillor Trapp, I can't believe...
Just a very quick note to say that actually I counted more than 30 cars parked outside the village hall today.
Thank you very much. That's very useful. Now, we've had our debate. We've now come to the stage where we're going to vote. We have a proposal from Councillor Horgan that we go in and we support the officer's recommendation to refuse the application. That's been seconded by Councillor Vellacott. So I now ask you, will those in favour of refusing the application please raise their hands?
That's 8 votes in favour of refusal, Chair.
Can I ask those who are against that proposal to raise their hands? Can I ask those who are abstaining to raise their hands?
And 1 abstention, Chair.
Well, the officer recommendation has been accepted and the application has been refused. Thank you very much indeed for your patience. Those of you who wish to leave, I'm going to close the meeting for 2 minutes because I rather suspect you'll want to go home. Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson. The 2 minutes is up, gentlemen, ladies. Councillor Sharp, Councillor Wilson, can we all gather round? Thank you very much indeed. We're now going to item number 5, Wisbeach Road, Littleport. And can I have the officer presentation, please? Rachel.
Thank you, Chair. The application seeks permission for the retention of the building and erection of extensions as amendment to the production building previously permitted through Appeal Decision 3243700 relating to application 16/01121/FUM. This slide shows the site location plan. The red line outlines the building and the access route to the main road. This next slide illustrates the site layout. The green dashed line indicates the footprint of the previously approved building. This is an aerial view of the site, the blue star identifying the approximate location of the building. These are the proposed elevations. The officer report identified some minor discrepancies between the approved plans and what was constructed on site. These drawings are the amended and corrected versions that you're seeing now. The following photographs show the building as it appeared on the 20th of May this year. This slide provides a comparison between the previously approved building and the proposed as-built building. I've also prepared a comparison of the site plans. Two plans from the 2016 application have been merged to enable a clearer comparison as they were on two separate documents, including the relationship with the bund. The main planning considerations are residential amenity, highways, flood risk and drainage, visual amenity, lighting and biodiversity. So the principle of B2 use at the site has already been established through the allowed appeal. The building is currently operational and there's been no evidence of statutory nuisance. Nevertheless, there remains a requirement for noise mitigation measures and a condition relating to noise mitigation is included within Appendix 1 of the report. The application has been supported by a transport assessment, subsequent modelling data, technical submissions and additional survey information. It has been concluded that the development would not result in a severe impact on the operation of the A10 Wisbeach Road roundabout junction and that the proposal would generate only a limited number of additional vehicle movements. Access to the site would remain as existing and acceptable visibility can be achieved in both directions. No objections have been raised by the local highway authority or the County Council transport team. With regards to flood risk and drainage, the drainage is to remain as the same as that approved in the previous application. The Environment Agency have raised no objections subject to a condition to adhere to mitigation measures and for a flood evacuation plan. In terms of visual amenity, the height of the building has been reduced and the absence of the elevated public views moderates the degree of visual impact. While this structure would appear more prominent in closer views, it would be seen against a backdrop of existing industrial buildings. Concerns have been raised regarding lighting, particularly in relation to bats and ecological impacts. However, this application can only assess the lighting attached to the building itself and not the lighting across the wider site, which was approved under previous permission. A final lighting scheme for the building is therefore recommended by condition. Any wider site lighting that does not accord with previous approved time restrictions would be a matter for planning enforcement. With regards to ecology and biodiversity, given that the application relates solely to an industrial building and not to a wider site operations, it's not considered reasonable or practical to require additional biodiversity enhancement measures. So in the planning balance, as previously noted, the principle of development has already been established through the appeal decision which permits B2 industrial use at the site. It's not considered that the proposal would significantly expand or intensify the existing activities undertaken on the site. The impacts of the proposal in respect of residential amenity and noise are considered acceptable subject to the recommended noise mitigation conditions. In terms of visual amenity, flood risk and drainage, highway safety and biodiversity, the proposal is considered acceptable in the context of the existing operation. Overall, it is considered that the proposal accords with the relevant planning policies and that there are no significant adverse impacts that would weigh against the development. Accordingly, the application is recommended for approval, but subject to a condition set out in the report and also this additional condition for the amended plans that have been received. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we will go straight on now to, there's a written statement to be read out from Peter Preston. Are you okay on that?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Residential households located close to the proposed developments covered by this planning application respectfully request that the following statement be read out at this planning committee meeting. This statement is supported by all the households shown below. We all object to this planning application being approved by the committee and request that members take careful notice of the following matters before they vote in the decision. For some reason, not clear to residents, the council's local planning authority allows this developer carte blanche to build anything at this site without planning permission. There are at least 5 previous examples. No enforcement action is ever taken, and the council simply goes on to recommend retrospective approval. At some point, the planning committee needs to draw a line in the sand and ask this developer and the LPA to respect a planning process that seems to apply to everyone else. It is not clear why the LPA chose to change the more reasonable description of this application from that given by the developer on their application form. This submission does not concern retention. It concerns authority to build a factory on former agricultural land. Also, because of the passage of time and the LPA's decision not to invoke any enforcement action in light of the unimproved construction works, the whole of this planning application is retrospective, not just part retrospective. Residents are advised that approval of this scheme on a drop-in basis potentially would be contrary to planning case law, and if approval is granted, it is likely to result in a judicial review in the High Court if residents decide to invoke such action. Councillors will need to be mindful of the fact that residents' specialist legal advice that the council was previously pursuing an illegal course in respect to the 16/01121/FUM application. This ultimately resulted in the council having a previous approval of this site quashed and significant costs awarded against the council. Specialist advisors seem confident that their case would be successful in court, and we anticipate that residents would be supported on a no-win, no-fee basis. The financial risk of losing in court, therefore, would sit with the council in that scenario. The LPA previously recommended refusal of a scheme for a smaller factory at this site on noise grounds under the original 16/01121/FUM proposals. This never came to fruition due to the lack of an up-to-date agreement date for the application determination date and was followed by an immediate appeal on grounds of non-determination. The appointed planning inspector devoted a whole day to consideration of numerous specialist submissions and assessments of the noise impact leading to strict planning conditions. Despite this, no serious analysis has been commissioned by the LPA into noise disturbance likely to be caused by this factory twice the size of external gantry cranes. Objectors point out there are numerous legitimate grounds to refuse this application, including approval will be potentially contrary to planning case law. The scheme does not comply with several aspects of the local plan. It will cause substantial noise nuisance to residents and to recreational users of the site. It is indisputable that the proposed building will have, in fact already has, a grotesque visual impact. Residents believe and submit that there are serious errors in the LPA's published August 2024 EIA screening opinion, not least that further information, e.g. noise impacts, has since been provided by the applicant and residents that should be reflected in the opinion. The extending lighting of the much greater building extends the impact of light pollution far beyond the previously approved by the planning inspector. The building changes the character of the landscape from agricultural to industrial. The impact on recreational amenity far beyond that envisaged by the planning inspector is extremely significant. NB, the appeal planning inspector identified the area just beyond the site as a recreational amenity area that the original 16/01121/FUM proposal would impinge on the quiet enjoyment these areas provide. This area is similarly related to the current application under consideration. The existence of a previous approval with conditions for a small building on a similar site does not imply something larger and completely different in nature should also be approved. The best course of action would be to refuse the application and realistically anticipate the developer to appeal. This would allow them to justify to the planning inspector why the Secretariat's previous decision has been regarded. Signed, Peter Preston. Supported by residents at Mayfair Farm and First Bungalow, Little Mayfair Fen Drove. Supported by residents at Mayfair Farm and First Bungalow, Little Mayfair Drove, Horseshoe Farm, Mayfair, Foxwood Lodge and Broad Peace, Mayfair, and Red Lodge and Silver Birches, Wisbeach Road.
Thank you very much. Well, we obviously can't ask any questions, so we now move on to the applicant agent, Paul Hamill. You've got 5 minutes, Mr. Hamill, and make sure you turn your microphone on, please. When you're ready.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for allowing me to present to you this afternoon. My name is Paul Hamill. I'm the Estates Director for FP McCann. I have been involved with our Littleport site since it was purchased from Aggregate Industries back in 2013. I also acted as agent for the parent application here, which was submitted in 2016 and was later approved following a non-determination appeal. Firstly, we very much welcome the case officer's recommendation, and we thank the planning team for their efforts in preparing our application for presentation today. As witnessed during your site visit, the development is located entirely within an existing operational area. The overall site was approved for B2 uses following that appeal decision in 2021. The application before you today relates solely to alterations to the production building, and all other aspects of the original application remain unchanged. The committee will know that the site has already been the subject of a detailed assessment by the Council in its own preparation of the local plan. Following this assessment, part of the development site, along with other lands, were identified as a suitable location for employment. To our knowledge, there were no concerns raised by neighbours or consultees at that time, and the lands were subsequently allocated for employment use. As outlined by the planning officer, the principle of a large production building has already been established by the previous application. The key issue for consideration here is the extent of the proposed amendments to that production building. Aspects relating to highways, visuals, ecology, noise and drainage have all been assessed again in considerable detail, and no significant impacts have been identified. Expert consultees such as Environmental Health and the Lead Local Flood Authority have been duly consulted and have raised no objections or concerns, subject to appropriate conditions. On this basis, the planning officer has made a balanced and professional judgment and has concluded that the proposal accords with all relevant policies and would not result in unacceptable harm. As you would have heard from the previous speaker, a small number of residents remain opposed to our plans, indeed to our very existence at Littleport. For more than 10 years, there has been an orchestrated campaign of opposition from a few individuals who claim to represent the wider community. The same objectors were involved with the 2016 application. This is why we were forced to take that application to the Planning Inspectorate at considerable cost to both the Council and FP McCann. We have tried in vain to engage with these individuals on a number of occasions. From the latest submissions, you will see accusations of collusion, negligence and lies. This has been a common theme over many years in an attempt to frustrate the process and to deter the Planning Department from making a decision. It should be noted, however, that the objectors do not speak for everyone in the community. Littleport Town Council supports our application, and letters of support have also been submitted by other local residents. Steve Barclay MP also previously visited the site to show his support following the appeal decision. It is notable that the neighbour list for this application is some 17 pages long, and it contains more than 100 addresses, all of whom were invited to comment on the application. Many of these properties sit much closer to the proposed development, and yet their owners were not inclined to comment, let alone object to the application. In conclusion, the proposed development accords with the requirements of local plan and national policy and uses lands which have been specifically identified by the Council for that purpose. The wider site already benefits from planning permission, and the potential impacts of the proposed amendments are not judged to be significant, either by the planning officer or the expert consultees. In these circumstances, it is difficult to identify a valid planning reason to refuse this application. The proposed development, if permitted, will enable the continued operation of established business, a business which makes positive contributions to the area in terms of employment and the wider economy. The changes proposed here relate solely to the operational requirements of the applicant, the increased demand for off-site concrete products, and a wider push to use low-carbon ingredients in our manufacturing processes. On balance, I would suggest that significant benefits here far outweigh any negative impacts, and I would respectfully ask that the committee agrees with the officer's recommendation to approve our application. Thank you very much.
Members, Questions? You. I'm looking for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Mr. McCann. Or McCann, sorry. I am a little port councillor, so I'll put my hand up there. I, with a lot of people in the village, are very happy with what's happening at the site. But what does really gripe is retrospective planning. Lots of people saying, you know, it's do it and then beg forgiveness. What I would I'd like you to do, although it's not illegal, it's the principle of the thing. In future, would it be possible for you to come to planning first before you do any more type of extensions or request any extensions and any other buildings on your site?
Yeah.
You've turned it off.
I've turned myself off. No, look, I don't want to sound disrespectful to the process in any way, or to present a sob story to the committee here, but the 2016 application sat undecided. It was, just as a point of correction on the previous speaker, it was unanimously approved by the committee, was then challenged by a JR in relation to the EIA screening, after which it sat undecided for a period of 4 years, and we were forced down the route of a planning and appeal. So, as you can imagine, almost 10 years have passed since the original application was submitted here. I'm not saying it was right to build a building that's different from that approval, but as a business, we're forced in a way to move and move our range of products. The reason for the changes here relates to those, the demand for off-site construction.
I'd like to just interrupt a bit if I can here, and I think my Vice Chairman's comments are more general. In the planning business, the word retrospective, and I'm not saying it applies in this case, but the word retrospective just makes people go and say, and it is very often the case, I've done something, I shouldn't have done it, I'm now trying to get better permission. And I think it's just a friendly comment to say it won't, of course, affect what we do today, but if it's your full-time occupation, I believe it to be, to make applications, I can only speak on what little we know here. So it's a friendly tap on the shoulder. Questions? Councillor Trout.
I think I gathered, I just wanted confirmation from you, I gathered from the what's outlined here, that the reason for, there was, we agreed upon a plan, I think, a new building. Is that right, that you had to extend it because of different manufacturing trends, cranes and things like that, because to move with the times? It's a fast evolving business. Is this right or not?
Yes, and apologies if my answer didn't come across well with the previous question. We hold our hands up and you know, fully acknowledge all the points made there. I suppose without going back in time, in 2016, the demand was for our drainage products, for concrete pipes, culverts and items like that. That was the original plan for the new factory at Littleport. Because of delays with the planning process, we didn't have the option to implement those plans. Those operations were moved elsewhere within the company. But in the meantime, the demand for modular systems for off-site construction has increased probably 5-6-fold in the last 10 years, maybe more than that. And that's what this factory is purpose-built to do. So it will serve the Golden Triangle, a lot of sites in the London area.
Thank you very much.
Off-site construction, yeah.
Sir Horgan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm referring here to the officer's notes on page 18, item 5 in the summary of the application. And it says, the proposal is not to intensify the approved manufacturing operations, but will allow for additional operational facilities which were not included in the original application. Do you agree with that?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Goes on to say, due to changes in technology and production techniques, the proposed changes are necessary to allow for more modern manufacturing processes at the site. Talks about the processes, not the product or the end product. Now, I spent 5 years working for the Carbon Trust, and one of the main industries that I was responsible for was cement and cement products. So I'd just like to try and understand these proposed changes are necessary because of changes in technology and production techniques. Perhaps you could educate me on those. Thank you.
Sure. Well, I suppose it comes back again to what the original factory was planned to manufacture, and those are concrete pipes and drainage products, Councillor. Those are a volume item. They're relatively low value with relatively intensive production. So it's all about numbers and having a stock of those products in the yard for a builder or a developer to come to us and say, we need X amount tomorrow, have you got them ready? And they go out the gate. I suppose the output from MMC, from off-site construction, is a much more bespoke product. It's more expensive to make, and it takes a lot more time to make. So you will have seen possibly on your visit this morning, panels which contain glazing, they contain all the conduits, ready to lift off a lorry and bolt together on site. So there's a lot more time involved in manufacturing those products. A lot of different techniques made, as you can imagine, between a concrete pipe and making an architectural unit. And that's where the differences lay. It's a more bespoke product that is made in that facility today.
So if I may just follow up, Chair. So without wishing to be pedantic, the report that I've got in front of me here, where it talks about the changes to the manufacturing processes, doesn't really reflect the changes to the manufactured product as such.
Okay, well,
would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, I suppose just to add to that, the manufacturing techniques between those products is completely black and white different. It's a completely different production system. And part of what I think Rachel had picked up on in her report is the ingredients. If you come from a background of cement and sort of carbon assessment, we use a lot of additives, a lot of reinforcements such as PFA, CEM 3, CEM 4 products, which are a lower carbon intensity. We also use steel fibre and fibre reinforcement within the products. I'm not saying they weren't available in 2016 when the original application was there, but we didn't use them for concrete pipes. Today, there's more of an onus on us to reduce our carbon footprint.
I do feel we're moving away, and
I just wanted to clarify my understanding, if I may, Chair.
If you, please,
very quickly.
If you could make it very brief.
So, to sum up, the changes from the design of 2016 to the design of your buildings and infrastructure now is resultant as to the change in the market that you're trying to supply, and what effectively you thought you were going to be making back in 2016 is not what you're making now. And to be up to date, you needed to change what was at the back end of your production facility in order to make sure that what was coming out of the factory exit was the product that the customer wanted. Is that correct?
Correct. And I suppose just to elaborate very, very slightly on that, Chair, concrete pipes are lifted by fork trucks. They're not fit to be lifted by a person, but they're relatively small and lightweight compared to the architectural products that we intend to make in this factory. And that's the reason for the overhead cranes and the different lifting apparatus, and indeed the structure of the building itself. So from a machinery point of view, that's a big part of the difference between what you see today and what was applied for in 2016.
Councillor Ambrose Smith. I beg your pardon. Councillor Whelan.
Thank you, Chair. So going back to the application in 2016, and obviously there's been changes of what you're actually doing now. So how long ago did you know those changes were coming through, and why wasn't there a variation put on that application in a timely manner?
Well, I suppose those changes we needed a plan B for the drainage products, and given that our application was in limbo, for want of a better way of putting it, for 4 to 5 years, we had to set those plans in motion. Really, it was soon after the appeal decision in 2021. So, you know, we were moving with customer demand and with market issues. You know, we at the outset, given the changes to the building, didn't consider it to be significant enough to warrant another application. This application has been prepared and submitted as a result of enforcement investigations at the site. I'm not saying we were forced down this route. It's the correct thing to do to try and get the development regularised on site. But it was you know, if we take a 10-year time frame from when the application was submitted till today, it would have been within the last 3 to 4 years that a decision was made to change direction effectively.
Yeah, so can come back on that. So if you knew 3 or 4 years ago you could have put in a variation on that application, am I correct in assuming that?
Correct, yeah, and just I suppose to clarify that this application through no one's fault.
Thank you. You've answered that. Any more questions from members? In which case we now go to any comments from the officer.
If I may, Chair, I'll come in first and then I'll pass over to Rachel in a second. Just to gently remind members that we can't treat the fact that an application is retrospective any differently than we would any other application. The reasons as to why an applicant may have behaved how they have is not something that at the moment under the current NPPF or planning guidelines that we're able to do. Just as a gentle reminder. Thank you. We're not any further comments? No further comments then, Chair. Thank you.
Well, in which case, any more questions for officers? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. In the report, the East Cambs ecologists originally didn't support this and had problems. So is the East Cambs ecologists happy with the condition 6, and that will stop the lighting from affecting the bats and wildlife in this area? And does the East Cambs ecologists now support this application?
The East Cambs ecologist doesn't support the current lighting plan, which involves the wider site. So it's my recommendation for that condition because it's based on the building. So the ecologist will be consulted at discharge of condition stage for the lighting on the building. We can't do anything about the lighting on the wider site as that's already approved, and that, I believe, is a main concern with regards to the bats. Thank you.
Have we finished there? Okay. Councillor Horgan, away you go.
Just one quick question to the officer. So, if this application effectively, how I will consider it, was to come forward today, all the necessary assessments and surveys, all the commentary from all the required people that we are required to consult with, all of that meets requirements or can be mitigated sufficiently with conditions. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We treat the application regardless of retrospective exactly as a normal application, and everything is satisfied and subject to mitigation as well. Thank you.
I do beg your pardon, I forgot to tell you that you could go and resume your seat. Sorry about that.
No problem, thank you, Chair.
Now we go on to debate. Anyone got any comments? Debate, Councillor Horgan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sadly, I probably know more about the cement and heavy energy industries than a person has a right to know. But certainly the move towards lower carbon energy intensive products like cement, concrete, etc., has been the desire, I think, of, well, not only the people in the industry, but basically anybody that cares about the environment as well. And understandably, the move to lower carbon products and the use of those and the demand from the customer for those has only been growing as time goes on. And it's understandable that the market of what people want made out of cement has changed, certainly over the last 10, 11 years as well. Regretfully, it has resulted somewhat in a, I wish we could use a different word to retrospective, regenerated application, but we are where we are. I think the applicant has put his hands up to saying, yes, he could have done this a little sooner, but whether we would have discussed this today or whether we have discussed this 2 or 3 years ago, I think the rules that govern our decision making are the same, and it's because of that I will be supporting the Officer's recommendation for approval. And yes, you can take that as a proposal.
Am I taking that as a proposal?
Yes.
We continue with debate. Councillor Velicott.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I don't see any reason not to approve this application, but I did just want to note, in the new NPPF and in consultation and government responses in the House of Commons on that matter, the latest is as follows. The consultation includes a proposed policy on retrospective planning applications and unauthorised development, which sets out that if it is concluded based on evidence that the unauthorised development was intentional, that fact should be given substantial weight in considering whether to grant planning permission. That is not something we can do today, I accept that, and I will take this application exactly as it is in front of us, which is why I support the proposal to approve it. But in the future, I'm very much looking forward to that being implemented, because retrospective applications are an abuse of the process, and I don't enjoy sitting here debating them.
Thank you very much. Any more? Oh, it's you again.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, very happy to second this proposal as a ward member. I understand where the applicants live because I've been around there loads of times. The complainants, I mean, live. The thing is, this is actually on an industrial estate now. Everywhere around there is an industrial estate, and it brings employment into the village and the East Cambridge District Council area. So I'm very happy to second this proposal and happy that the company are there and bringing employment and good work to the area. Alan Sharp.
Councillor Goodall has taken words out of my mouth. It is an industrial area. We need jobs. They're supplying jobs. My comment about retrospective is a general comment that I would make at any stage and point in time. We should try and avoid it, I think, but of course the application is what is before us now, and we will judge that application with the facts that are in front of us. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. Three points, really. I will support this. I think it's, as been said, it's an industrial site, so it brings employment into the district. I have two issues with it. One is the retrospective thing, which I won't. And the other thing, which I did ask the officer on site, is about the lighting plan. Obviously, that's been approved under the previous. This is in respect of the BATs, the recent BAT survey. So that does concern me, but unfortunately, we can't consider that in this application. Otherwise, I might have come with a different decision, but I will support it.
Councillor Ambrose-Smith.
Councillor Goodell got there before me. I was, as a fellow ward member, I was going to second, but I will be supporting the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Have we got anybody else on the debate section? If not, I'm going to go. It seems to be there's a feeling amongst the committee, and so I intend to go to a vote. We have a proposal from Councillor Horgan and to go with the officer's recommendation to approve, and that's been seconded by Councillor Goodall. And so we go to a vote and say those in favour of that, please raise their hands.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Well, if it's unanimous, we won't go to the other alternatives. And so the application has been approved, and I'm going to stop for 5 minutes for a comfort break. For those of you who want to leave, are welcome to do so now. On to item number 9, and we have the officer's presentation from Olivia.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. The application relates to a parcel of land to the rear of Hill Farm on Fair Green in Reach and seeks to vary the wording of Condition 11 of the original outline consent for the demolition of agricultural buildings and the erection of 2 bungalows. The outline application agreed the matter of access only, and Condition 11 was imposed at the request of the local highway authority, requiring the access to be metal to County Council standards and increased to a width of 5 metres. Following the granting of the outline permission, the reserve matters for the development have been agreed and works have commenced on site. Whilst there are still works to be undertaken on the site, including as a requirement of this condition, the dwellings themselves are understood to be complete and plot 2 is occupied. The site is indicated in red on the location plan for the original outline application, which shows the main part of the site as well as the access where it runs along public byway Reach 7 to Fair Green to the northeast. It can also be seen on the slide, which shows the 2 dwellings under construction. The access point from Fair Green is indicated and the buildings to either side of the access can be seen. Condition 11 currently requires the width of the access to be increased to 5 metres. Following commencement of development, a structural survey has been undertaken which has noted that the earth banks to the northwest of the access are playing a structural role in supporting the existing buildings which are located on the access track, concluding that the requirements of Condition 11 cannot be met without posing significant risk to the structural integrity of these buildings. The buildings running along the northwest of the access are located within the ground of the Grade 2 listed Hill Farm and are therefore curtilage listed. The application seeks to amend the wording of Condition 11 where it relates to the width of the access to require the width to be increased to 3.5 metres. This slide provides some photographs of the access. Starting at the left is the junction of the byway with Fair Green. In the middle is the narrower stretch of the byway on the approach to the 2 dwellings, and on the right is the byway looking away from the site towards Fair Green. The main considerations in the determination of the application are highway safety and heritage, other material matters and conditions. The application relates to the wording of Condition 11 only, and the proposed amendment to the condition is not considered to impact on other relevant matters as assessed either at the outline or reserve matters stage. Councillor Kane, who has called the application into committee, has raised concern to the revised width of the access, potential conflicts between vehicles and other users of the byway, and the impacts of manoeuvring vehicles on highway safety and the flow of traffic on Fair Green. The local highway authority initially objected to the original outline application based on the access being of an insufficient width to allow 2 vehicles to pass. This objection was later removed subject to Condition 11 being imposed, requiring the width of the access being increased so that this could be achieved. The application is supported by a highway technical note, and following review of this, the local highway authority have advised that they consider that the applicant has adequately demonstrated that the proposed width would allow sufficient visibility space to be achieved for vehicles accessing and egressing the narrow stretch of the byway, both from Fair Green and the application site. Whilst they have acknowledged that the width of 3.5 metres would not be sufficient to allow 2 vehicles to pass one another, they have advised due to the limited scale of the development for 2 dwellings that they do not consider the proposal would result in significant impacts on highway safety. The proposal is considered to comply with policy COM 7 of the local plan on this basis. A secondary material consideration is heritage due to the buildings located to the northwest of the access track being Grade 2 curtilage listed. As noted, the structural survey concludes that the requirements of Condition 11 cannot be met without posing a risk to the structural integrity of these buildings. Paragraph 212 of the MPPS sets out that when considering the impact of proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation. The proposed width of the access would mean that the earth bank to the northwest will not need to be removed and will prevent additional risk to the structural integrity of these buildings. This is considered to weigh favourably in consideration of the application. Reach Parish Council and the Cambridge Ramblers Association has raised concern to the metalling of the surface on the rural character of the area. Condition 11 currently requires the access to be metalled to County Council standards, and this has already been agreed as part of the original outline application. The application seeks to vary the part of the condition that relates to the width of the access only. Condition 12 of the outline permission requires the access and all hard standing within the site to be constructed with adequate drainage measures to prevent surface water runoff onto the public highway and byway. As set out within the report, the conditions on the original outline application have been reviewed and reimposed where necessary. A number of the conditions have been reworded to reflect details approved as part of the subsequent discharge of condition applications and renumbered to reflect conditions that are no longer required. Condition 11 that the application relates to is now condition 8 in the list of conditions at Appendix 1, and the trigger on the condition has been amended to reflect the occupation of Plot 2. The revised wording of the condition is on the screen and requires the works to the access track to be undertaken within 6 months of the granting of planning permission and prior to the occupation of Plot 1. It is considered that it has been adequately demonstrated as part of the application that sufficient visibility displays could be achieved for vehicles accessing and egressing the byway. Due to the limited scale of the development, the local highway authority have raised no objections to the proposal, which is considered to have an acceptable impact on highway safety. The variation to the condition will prevent potential risks to the structural integrity of the curtilage listed buildings to the northwest of the access track, and this carries positive weight in the consideration of the application. For these reasons, members are recommended to approve the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we've now got Ben Elvin, a statement to be read out.
Thank you, Chair. This written submission is made in support of the Officer recommendation to approve application 25/00966/VAR, which seeks to vary condition 11 of outline planning permission 18/01397/OUT by reducing the minimum width for the access track from 5 metres to 3.5 metres. Why the variation is necessary. The 2 dwellings permitted under this consent are nearing completion. Indeed, one is now occupied. During construction, it became apparent that the earth banks flanking the existing byway, which would need to be removed to achieve the original 5 metre width, provide critical structure support to the historic outbuilding of Hill Farm immediately adjacent to the access. Removal of these banks risks undermining the shallow foundation of those buildings, several of which are already in a fragile condition. As such, this request to vary the condition is not simply a commercially convenient change of mind, it is a genuine structural constraint identified on site, evidenced by a structural inspection report prepared by J.P. Chick and Partners Limited. The report confirms that widening 5 metres would undermine buildings 1 and 2, the structures closest to Fair Green, and that vehicular surcharging from a wider road would place further loading on the walls and foundations of buildings 2, 3 and 4, where level differences of up to 1.77 metres exist. In simple terms, there are reasons for seeking the variation of the condition that go well beyond a desire and which arise from a sound understanding of the technical issues that have resulted during the physical process of construction that were not recognised at the time of the original permission being sought. Highway safety. The revised width for 3.5 metres has been assessed in a highway technical note prepared by Civilistics. The note demonstrates that the access continues to comply with the visibility display requirements set out in the manual for streets, 2.4 metres times 43 metres for a 35-mile-an-hour road, and swept path analysis confirms that emergency vehicles, including fire tenders, can safely navigate the byway. The local highway authority has reviewed this information and raises no objection. It acknowledges that whilst 2 vehicles cannot pass simultaneously within the byway, The forward visibility available means drivers can observe the byway before entering and wait safely on Fairgreen if necessary. Given that the access serves only 2 dwellings, the LHA considers the proposal would not result in any significant adverse impact on the public highway. The NPPF is clear that development should only be refused on highway grounds where impacts would be unacceptable or severe. That threshold is not met here. Heritage. The outbuildings of Hill Farm are curtilage-listed structures forming part of the Grade 2 listed Hill Farmhouse. The Council's Conservation Officer and the County Archaeology team both support the proposed variation precisely because maintaining the earth banks and keeping the access as narrow as feasible protects the structural integrity of those designed heritage assets. The NPPF requires great weight to be given to the conservation of designed heritage assets, and the proposed variation actively serves that objective. Consultee responses. Every technical and statutory consultee, the local highways authority, the conservation officer, the county archaeological team, the ecologist, the waste strategy team, and the definitive map officer has either raised no objection or actively supports the variation. The concerns raised by the parish council and ward councillor are noted and understood, but the LHA, as the relevant highway expert, has addressed these concerns on their merits and found the proposal acceptable. In summary, this variation is sought because the original condition cannot safely be complied with. The reduced width satisfies the relevant highway safety standards, has been confirmed acceptable by the local highway authority, and protects listed heritage assets. The recommendation to approve this application is well founded, and members are respectfully invited to support it.
Thank you very much. We now have Hannah Jackson, a neighbour, who's going to speak.
Statement.
On the other side, it says a statement is going to be read out, so it's here. It's not me being silly.
Thank you, Chair.
If you could do the same, please.
Of course. I speak as the intended occupier and beneficiary associated with Plot 1, and therefore I am directly affected by the completion and compliance issues relating to this development. I wish to make clear that my concern has never been opposition to a reasonable solution regarding the access width itself. I recognise the heritage and structural concerns identified in the officer report. However, I do wish to highlight the importance of ensuring that the remaining planning conditions are properly complied with and completed. The committee report appears to confirm that this application relates only to varying the width requirement, and that the requirement for the access to be metalled to County Council specification remains in force. I believe it is important that this distinction remains clear. I should also like to make clear that I do not have direct control over how these planning conditions are implemented or discharged, as those matters are being managed by the trustees and the applicants rather than myself. As the future occupier of Plot 1, I therefore rely upon the Council to ensure that these conditions are properly monitored, enforced and completed. I also note that the report acknowledges that one dwelling is already occupied, despite the original condition requiring the access works to be completed prior to first occupation. Given the lengthy history of this matter, and given that future occupation of Plot 1 remains linked to completion of these works, I'd respectfully ask the committee to ensure that the revised conditions remain enforceable, the required access works are completed within the stated time frame, and the remaining planning obligations and conditions associated with the development are properly monitored, verified, and formally discharged where required through to completion. My intention is not to obstruct the process, but to ensure that the development is ultimately completed lawfully, consistently, and fairly in accordance with the planning permissions and conditions. Thank you, Mrs. Hannah Jackson.
Well, since we don't have anyone to be questioned, I think it's for the officer to make any comments that they feel, or the officer body to make any comments that are relevant from the contents of those letters.
I was just going to add that there are a few conditions on the outline permission that are considered to remain relevant, and they are suggested to be reimposed in Appendix 1. The trigger on a few of these conditions has been amended to reflect the fact that Plot 2 has been occupied, so that will provide a timescale for the requirements of those conditions to be implemented on the site.
Members, any questions to ask the officers? Keith, away you go.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking on page 135, item 13, the Local Highways Authority paragraph that starts with no objection. And while people are getting there, I'm reading the end of that paragraph, which basically says, have suggested that Cambridgeshire Fire and Rescue are consulted with regards to access for fire tenders due to the building regulation requirements. And to continue, moving on to page 140, it correctly quotes the building regulations approved document B volume 1 for dwelling houses. There should be a vehicle access for a pump appliance to within 45 metres of all points within a dwelling house. Any street or private drive forming part of such a fire access way must. Now, in guidance, the word must, as opposed to should, has a materially significant impact, and I'm sure our planning manager will concur with that. And it says that it must be no less than 3.7 metres wide between curbs, though this may be reduced to 3.1 metres for a gateway or similar short narrowing. And it goes on the next paragraph, 51, that we appear to be placing the onus on the applicant to demonstrate compliance with building regulations which cannot be met, but cannot meet the 3.7 metre minimum requirements for a driveway. And it goes on to say the applicant would need to demonstrate as part of building regulations that adequate arrangements can be made to protect the dwellings in the event of fire. What we've seen today is, yes, I will be coming to my question very soon, sir. What we've seen today, having visited site, is that short of removing the mounds either side and therefore potentially impacting the footings of the adjacent dwellings, I'm just wondering how the planning officer expects the applicant to demonstrate that they can comply with building regulations of meeting 3.7 metres, or do they expect Cambridgeshire Fire and Rescue to authorise a narrower than the minimum building regulation requirement for access of a fire tender truck?
Without wishing to dodge the question, members will remember from recent meetings, and I've said this a number of times, as planning officers, we are not allowed to consider matters, or should not consider matters, as part of a planning application that are controlled by other secondary legislations. The building regulations are, as members will be well aware, a secondary legislation. Therefore, because we have no objection from the county highways in regards to planning acceptability of the access way, it is not for us to consider whether or not they can meet the requirements under the building regs. It is for them, under their building regs application, to liaise with our building control department and with the fire service to ensure that they are able to get signed off under those separate regulations. Thank you.
Councillor Trapp. Question for the officers.
It is a question for the officer. It's to say that the building, as we're looking up the drive, the building on the right, seemed to be in danger of falling down. It's been shored up by some bricks as well, bricks and as opposed to clunch, which it was originally. What happens if it does fall down? That's a grade 2 listed. I mean,
It's a difficult question to answer that, John. It's the same as any building operation. What building operations are, if they damage a neighbouring building, it would be a civil matter between the owners of that building and the people who are undertaking the works. Clearly, we don't want any damage to designated heritage assets, but there's not a lot I can really say with regards to that because it's outside of the remit of this council.
Yes, I was about to turn it on, Councillor Trapp. Anyway, so we've got a situation here where the officer recommendation is to approve the application, and I don't know if there's anybody else got any comment to make on that. Councillor Hogan.
Thank you, Chair. I completely understand and agree with the statement that our planning manager made about secondary regulation, but I cannot in all good conscience approve a planning decision that knowingly goes against a building regulation that says must as opposed to should. And I am concerned as to the safety of the occupants of the dwellings, that if a fire truck was unable for any reason to gain access along that byway, and therefore the building burnt down, and God forbid anybody inside was hurt, injured or killed, I would not like to have it on my conscience that I've approved something knowing that it cannot, not might not, but cannot comply with building regulations. So I will be voting against the officer's recommendation.
I'm given permission for the planning officer to say something.
Sorry, Chair, and apologies, members. I wasn't aware of this 30 seconds ago, but my colleague has informed me that the building control or building regulation application has been signed off and a completion certificate has been issued. It's been done by an independent building regulator, so it's not the council, but they are obviously satisfied that it meets those legal requirements.
I still don't see how 3.7 metres is less than 3.5 metres. Sorry, Chair.
There's not a lot I can say to that. I'm not a building surveyor, so I can't comment as to why they may have come to that conclusion. But we are aware that it has been signed off. Thank you.
I find it rather ironic, considering the route that we in the bus took for about 10 miles, that we're now examining with a microscope this little back lane, which I suspect there may be many thousands of in Cambridgeshire, and I have questioned why we're actually sitting here. But carry on with the debate. Away you go.
Well, can I just make an observation, Chair? It does occur to me that the width between the buildings is substantially more than 3.7, even if the vehicle's wheelbase is only 3.5.
We're in debate, so now's the time for you to make a comment,
Sorry,
not question.
that was it.
That
Sorry.
was it.
But,
Okay.
yeah, that was it.
Any more? Come on. Councillor Ambrose Smith.
I'm not sure whether you would consider this a comment or a question, but my understanding to the planning team would be that I believe fire and rescue would power their way through in an emergency, irrespective of 6 inches or something. So, and they have chosen not to respond to the consultation. So, you know, where does that leave us?
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I hear the comments made. It's not ideal in that it's easy in hindsight, but it's one of my hobby horses, I'll be honest, is around giving approval to stuff, and then conditions are done afterwards, and there might be conditions that we actually would stop you agreeing to the original application proposal. But we are where we are. I hate that saying, but we are. I will vote in favour of with the officer's recommendation, because I think we've got to be practical.
Trapp.
Actually, speaking, well, as an engineer, were the tarmacking or metallization of the road be something like 10 centimeters, it would add 10 centimeters to either side, and therefore 3.5 will become 3.7.
Any more comments? Personally, I feel that I'm staggered that we're discussing this. There's a third question, is it? Or Councillor Trapp. Have we finished the debate? In which case we'll go. I don't think anybody has proposed that we agree with the planning department, but I'm going to propose that we go along with the officer recommendation. And did I see Councillor? I think your hand went up first, but you will be the seconder. So will those in favour? It is proposed and seconded. Those in favour, please raise their hand.
7 in favour, Chair.
Those who are opposed to the officer recommendation?
Just 1.
Those who are abstaining?
2.
So it is carried that the officer recommendation to approve the application has been passed for the reasons as in the agenda. If any of you wish to leave at this point, you're very welcome to. We will now move on. I was just waiting to see where we were moving on to. Item 10. And we have the officer's recommendation or presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I will ask my colleague Olivia to carry on with the presentation. I'll be assisting her. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The application seeks agreement of the reserve matters for Phase 2 of the wider development on land to the north of Saxon Business Park, Woodfen Road in Littleport. Before I start the rest of the presentation, I'd like to draw members' attention to a correction within the committee report on page 1. The description of proposal has been updated to specify that the 217 dwellings are made up of 197 dwellings and 20 self-built plots. The amended description is correct on the cover page for this item and is discussed within the report. Members will also have a copy of the update sheet which sets out that amendments have been made to the wording of a number of the conditions. These amendments are to provide additional clarity on the requirements or reasons for the conditions only. The location of Phase 2 is outlined in red on the above plan. The phase includes the location of 20 self-built plots which are also indicated. Phase 1 of the development was approved under the previous hybrid consent and is indicated in the blue line boundary, including the new roundabout on the A10 which will serve both phases of the development. The dwellings subject to Phase 1 are currently under construction. This slide shows the location of the current phase as well as the wider development site, comprising Phase 1 towards the south at Point 1. The current phase of the development is located towards the north, between Phase 1 and the existing development on Wisbeach Road. At Point 2 is the Littleport Community Preschool on Woodfen Road, and at Point 3, the junction of Woodfen Road and Parsons Lane. The wider site is allocated and full planning permission has been granted for 180 dwellings as part of Phase 1. An outline permission has been granted as part of Phase 2 for up to 217 dwellings, with all matters reserved except access. This application seeks to agree the remaining reserved matters for Phase 2, which is for 197 dwellings and 20 self-built plots. The location of the 20 self-built plots are indicated on the site location and layout plan, and full details of these plots will be confirmed as part of future reserve matters applications. The application also includes details requested by conditions on the outline permission. The main considerations for the application are layout, including housing mix, scale and appearance, landscaping, and compliance with conditions and planning obligations. The principle of development has been established by the outline permission, where the matter of access was also agreed. With the exception of the self-build plots, access to phase 2 will be taken from the new roundabout on the A10, and there will be no through route into the site from Woodfen Road. The market housing mix was conditioned under the hybrid application in order to ensure a mix of dwelling types and sizes that contribute to the housing needs and demand of the locality. The proposed market housing mix is in line with the requirements of this condition. The affordable housing mix has been determined by the viability review required by the Section 106 agreement. The affordable housing is indicated on this plan, the affordable rent shown in blue and the shared ownership in purple. The Council's strategic housing team have reviewed the proposals and support the application, as it will provide a balanced variety of affordable housing on site, and the affordable housing mix will meet the needs of those households in Littleport area and will help to meet the Council's overall affordable housing need for the district. The proposal has been discussed at the pre-application stage and through a round of amendments, and the layout of the site is considered to be acceptable. Across the phase, dwellings would generally benefit from 2 car parking spaces. The parking strategy for the site relies on the use of detached garages, both single and double, and the inclusion of a condition preventing the garages from being used for other incidental uses is therefore being recommended. 1-bedroom properties have 1 allocated parking space. The parking strategy largely comprises side-by-side spaces and tandem parking. Small parking courts are proposed for plots 55 to 59 and 95 to 97. 22 visitor parking spaces are proposed, and this ratio aligns with the Phase 1 proposals. Cycle and bin storage is indicated for each of the dwellings, with the detached garages being of a sufficient size to accommodate both a parking space and cycle storage. The proposals are considered to generally comply with RECAP guidelines. The Council's Waste Strategy team have noted that these guidelines state that drag distances from bin storage to bin collection point should not exceed 25 metres, which is 82 feet. The proposal would generally provide drag distances of 30 metres or less in accordance with the distances accepted as part of the Phase 1, and it's considered reasonable for this phase to adopt the same principles. The proposals include a local area of play towards the northern part of the site. In total, Phase 1 and 2 would provide 3.4 hectares, which is 8.4 acres of public open space, providing a good mix of formal and informal areas in excess of the requirements of Policy LIT 1 and the Council's Developer Contributions SPD. The proposals as a whole are considered to provide a high level of amenity for future occupiers and would have an acceptable impact on the amenity of the existing neighbouring properties. There has been input from a specialist urban designer at Place Services into the scheme to assist with ensuring that the proposals result in a high quality development in accordance with local and national planning guidance. Within their latest comments, they have confirmed that the proposals are acceptable from an urban design perspective. However, a number of further refinements have been suggested in order to adhere to all best urban design practices as set out within the report. On balance, it is considered that the proposals as a whole are generally of a high quality. The proposal provides a mix of heights and building types which are considered to align with the Phase 1 proposals and established character areas, whilst being sympathetic to the scale and height of the dwellings within the locality. The image on the screen provides a section drawing of part of the street character area to the north of the scheme. This slide shows a sample of the affordable house types. And this slide shows a sample of the market house types. There is a variation in the scale, design and use of materials across both affordable and market housing. This slide shows an indication of the proposed materials. The use of 3 primary facing materials has been established as part of Phase 1, and the use of a similar core palette of materials is considered to provide a level of cohesion across the 2 phases. Full details of the materials are recommended to be secured by condition to ensure that the proposed materials would have an acceptable impact visually across the wider development. A local area of play is proposed towards the north of the site, and the layout of this is shown on the screen. A large portion of the open space for the wider development forms part of the Phase 1, including formal and informal spaces, which will be available to occupiers across both phases of the development. The proposals also include planting and street trees, which are considered largely to align with the principles established as part of Phase 1, and following amendment, the Council's trees officer is satisfied with the species proposed. The scheme is considered to make a clear distinction between public and private spaces, contributing to a range of landscaping features across the wider development. No concerns have been raised by the Council's ecologist, and the submission of a scheme of ecological enhancements have been secured by condition 47 of the outline consent. Swales form part of the overall drainage scheme, with the majority forming part of Phase 1. Drainage for Phase 2 will connect into this system, which has been designed with sufficient capacity to accommodate the flows from this phase of the development. Discharge rates have been agreed with the IDB, who do not object to the application. The top table shows the conditions relevant to this reserved matters application. As set out within the report, the requirement of these conditions are considered to have been met. Condition 55 relates to the submission of an energy sustainability strategy, which has been submitted as part of the application. As part of this strategy, air source heat pumps are proposed for those dwellings which will be required to meet future home standards, and details of the air source heat pumps prior to their installation are proposed to be secured by condition 10. The second table shows the requirements of the Section 106, which require the submission of a viability review to determine the level of affordable housing to be provided within this phase. As set out within the report, these requirements are considered to have been met. The following additional requirements of the Section 106 are also noted and are considered to have been complied with as part of the submission. These are requirements for clusters of no more than 15 affordable dwellings, all affordable dwellings to meet nationally described space standards and building regulations M42, 5% self-built plots across the wider development, and the provision of a landscape children's play area of over 100 square metres, which is 1,076 square foot, with details to be submitted as part of the open space specification. Members are recommended to approve the application subject to the conditions set out in Appendix 2 and as clarified on the update sheet. The proposals form the reserved matter details for the second phase of the development following the granting of outline consent and align with this permission. The proposals are not considered to result in significant adverse impacts in terms of visual and residential amenity, highway safety and all other relevant material planning considerations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we've got the applicant or the agent, Jessica Groom, here. You've got 5 minutes, Jessica, and make sure you turn the microphone on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. My name is Jessica Groom, Senior Planner for Barratt David Wilson Homes Anglia. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of the officer's recommendation for approval. The officer's report and presentation are both very comprehensive, and so I will focus only on a few key points. At Barratt David Wilson, we pride ourselves on building high-quality homes and place customer satisfaction at the heart of everything we do. This commitment is reflected in our recent award of 5 stars from the Home Builders Federation for a record 17 years running. Our success is rooted in a comprehensive and thoughtful approach to design and planning. This enables us to bring forward schemes that reflect local need and deliver on quality. We are confident that this is what has been achieved with the application before you today. Turning to the application, the site is allocated for residential development in the adopted local plan and already benefits from outline planning permission, where the principle of development was firmly established. This Reserve Matters application for Phase 2 delivers 197 high-quality homes and 20 self-build plots, providing a good mix of house types and sizes and making a meaningful contribution to local housing supply. The quantum and mix of the affordable housing has been verified by a viability review in line with the Section 106 agreement linked to the outline permission. The Council's strategic housing team supports the provision of 20% affordable housing equating to 43 dwellings, which will deliver a balanced mix and help meet identified needs both locally and across the district. The design has been informed by the principles established in Phase 1, which we understand has been very well received. This ensures cohesion between the two phases in the interests of good placemaking. In preparing this application, we have engaged extensively with the Council, and I'd like to thank officers for their collaborative approach, which has undoubtedly added a lot of value to the proposals. These have also been informed by feedback received through conversations with Littleport Town Council and other key consultees. This process has helped shape the application before you today, resulting in several refinements, including the introduction of bay windows and amendments to parking layouts and corner plots. The development is supported by a comprehensive landscape strategy with a central area of public open space and an additional play area complementing the 3 to be provided in Phase 1. We are committed as a company to building energy-efficient homes, all designed to achieve an EPC rating of B or above. A combination of solar panels, energy efficiency measures, and responsible resource management will reduce carbon emissions and ensure that sustainability is embedded throughout the development. All homes have been designed using a fabric-first approach, optimising insulation, air tightness, and natural ventilation. Water efficiency measures will ensure consumption levels remain well below building regulation requirements. In addition, all homes will benefit from their own dedicated electric vehicle charging point or access to EV-capable parking alongside a full travel plan to further promote sustainable modes of transport. Finally, whilst these matters do not form part of today's application, we are aware of concerns raised by the Town Council regarding access via Woodfen Road. I'd like to clarify on these points and hopefully provide some reassurance. Access to the site is via the new roundabout off the A10 only. There is no vehicular connectivity through the development to or from Woodfen Road. The 20 self-build plots do have access from Woodfen Road. However, these are unlikely to come forward for a further 2 to 3 years due to the required marketing period. By that time, the Section 278 highway improvement works along Woodfen Road will be in place. Our technical team have been working closely with Cambridgeshire County Council Highways, and the detailed technical drawings for Woodfen Road have now been agreed as acceptable. The remaining actions primarily relate to the Section 278 legal agreement and largely sit with the Highway Authority. In the meantime, Barratt remain committed to minimising disruption as far as possible and actively exploring options for the provision of a temporary footpath. This will ensure safe pedestrian access to and from Woodfen Road until the final works have been completed. As noted in the officer's report, the Highway Authority reviewed the proposals and raised no objections at the time of assessing the off-site works as part of the hybrid application. In summary, this is a policy-compliant, landscape-led, sustainable development that responds to local needs and national priorities. There are no objections from statutory consultees. It delivers much-needed homes and community benefits on an allocated site in a way that respects the site context. As we have heard today, there are no planning reasons as to why planning permission should not be granted. I therefore respectfully ask that you approve this application in line with your officer's recommendation today. I thank you again for your time. We'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Well, you're first.
Thank you. I am a Littleport Ward councillor, and I was at your consultation briefing to Littleport Town Council. It was brought up about the 20 houses there, the self-builds and the Woodfen Road concerns, and nothing was said, and they said they'd get back to us, and this is the first time you've got back to us, which is not helpful. But my question first would be, is when do you expect your first occupations in? And with that, when will you carry out your S106 with the bus stops and the Woodfen Road upgrade, and what are your calming measures?
Thank you. I'll try and remember your questions. So first occupation, I believe, has already happened. We are one occupation down. I think that happened around a week ago, with the others are imminent, I believe. In terms of the bus stop improvements, are you referencing the Section 106 maintenance contribution? We've sought the invoice from the county, and we have, if we haven't paid it, it will be paid this week. I think that's in the progress as we speak, alongside the other Section 106 obligations triggered by the occupational trigger. The Woodfen Road works, the measures, as far as I'm aware, I know there has been further technical detail provided, but those that were approved under the hybrid application, they relate to traffic calming via speed bumps. There will be a shared pedestrian footpath cycleway along the side of the development, tactile paving for a crossing point to the school, and a continuation of the footpath to the school. And I think they're just going to adjust the railing that's currently outside the school. Obviously, I'm not involved in the detailed technical design, but it will be in line with those details that were approved under the hybrid application.
The speed limit up that part of Woodfen Road is 60 mile an hour because it's national speed limit. Have you applied to have that reduced?
I would have to confirm on that point. I don't think it forms part of this application, but I'm happy to advise after.
Thank you, Chair. On the play areas, the equipment on there, I've got 2 points. Obviously, inclusive play is important, and not just putting 3 bits of equipment on the actual area, where some developments or developers I know think that 3 pieces of equipment is adequate for an estate of that size and that development of that size. What are your plans for doing that? That's my first point. Could you answer that first, and then I've got one more question.
That's fine, thank you. So on the play areas, the 3 play areas that will be provided under phase 1, the design is being secured under condition. So I think we have submitted designs to the council. We've been working closely with the officers to determine what those designs will be. In terms of accessible equipment, as a standard, our company does provide that. So I know that the plans currently include an accessible roundabout, an accessible seesaw. The plans haven't yet been approved, but they're on the council's website. I know we are making a few more changes, informed by the advice from the officers, but I can guarantee that we have been keen to ensure there is a variety of play experiences that are valuable to the residents and those living near the site as well.
Okay, thank you. And the other point I'm going to bring up is when you're building the houses in one of your other developments in another place, there has been lots of dust being kicked up from where the actual soil and that's being removed has not been adequately controlled. Are you aware of that, and what are your plans to mitigate that?
Yes, we are aware it's a consideration we have to look at on all of our developments. So as part of the construction environmental management plan, we will be detailing measures linked to dust suppression, so including sort of wetting down the area where works is taking place. We also have wheel washing facilities. We haven't yet submitted the construction environmental management plan for phase 2 for this application, because that will be part of the conditions following the consent, but there is one in place for phase 1, so we do take those matters very seriously and do keep an eye on our site staff members as well to ensure those are being enforced.
Thank you.
Councillor Horgan.
Thank you, Chair. We're here considering reserved matters, building materials, style, look and feel. You've mentioned that you're building modern energy efficient homes. I even heard the word air source heat pump creep in at some point, but I won't go any further on that particular point. You're maintaining a 20% affordable homes ratio. I just want to check, the site's still viable with that percentage of affordable homes, and you're not having to cut corners anywhere else in order to maintain that viability. Can you confirm that, please?
Yes, that's fine. It's all within the viability assessment submitted to the council, and I know that we did struggle with viability to even hit that 20%, but we didn't want to go below the 20%. We wanted to be in line with what was provided on phase 1, and I'm not aware of any other things that are being cut. Still expect to provide the sill, etc. So yeah, I can confirm to the best of my knowledge.
I'd just like to ask you, on one of your slides you were showing the different types of housing, and one was affordable housing. Are you building the affordable houses to the same quality specification as the open market ones?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Trout.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to clear up a bit about the self-build plots.
Yeah.
They back onto existing houses, is that right?
They'll back onto the existing houses in our phase 1, yes.
Yeah. And there's 2 access points onto Woodfern Road, it looks like.
I think there's one, is it on there? 2 private,
One
2
at
private,
each end.
yeah. 2
and
private.
So it looks difficult about scale, but I'm just thinking about bin lorries. Will they be going up those roads or not? Or will the bins have to be taken to the beginning of it, either end?
So it's a little bit hard to comment on because separate reserve matters will be submitted for the self-build, but I know that tracking was undertaken for the access points, so there will be a detailed bin strategy submitted with the self-build plots at that time, but it doesn't fall under this application.
Right, but it does seem to be a very narrow road in front of the self-build plots.
Yeah, the details of the road will have, they've been approved under the hybrid application,
okay,
so Highways are happy.
Okay.
Councillor Colbert.
Thank you. I was just interested in the what's described as the landscaped children's play area. I just wondered if you can elaborate upon that a bit. Is it shaped for hills for the kids to run up and down? Is there a sensory area? Are you still in discussion?
Thank you. So we've got the children's play area that sits within phase 2 on the screen. There will be a condition attached that requires us to submit the detailed design of that play equipment, so there's still opportunity to influence that, and we do try to pop in the sensory equipment or the accessible play and/or. In terms of landscaped, we have got planting, native tree planting, ornamental hedges flowing throughout the area, and I think it just means we've kept it as not too rigid. It feels a bit more authentic.
Thank you very much.
Officers, have you got any comment?
Just very briefly, thank you, Chair. Just very briefly confirming a few points. So Woodfern Road improvements were secured by condition 4 of the outline permission, and those include the common measures that the applicant was mentioning before. The future speed limits is not really part of over planning at this point, unfortunately, but the specific detail engineering design for it will be part of the Section 278 agreement. It's part of the Highways Act and also outside planning. The Section 106 secures the number of equipment to each area of play, including for phase 2. We have been discussing different types of equipment according to age range, which is also secured on the Section 106. They have submitted plans. We have amended a couple of times already, but hopefully I think this final version will reflect what we expect, including inclusive play equipment as well. I would like to just confirm that construction environmental management plan will be secured by condition for phase 2. Equally as similarly to what happened to phase 1, and the 24% affordable housing provision in absolute terms is the same quantum as in comparison to phase 1, but they will reflect better, in our opinion, the housing needs in the district, which means the tenure split will now be around 72% affordable rent and 28% shared ownership properties, instead of 100% shared ownership properties, which was the initial proposal by the applicants. There are 4 access points actually to the self-built plots, which are all approved with what we call hybrid application, or the outline permission in this case. And indeed the bin points or the strategy for those plots will be agreed as each of the plots come forward for approval of their reserve matters. I think I've covered all the points, but I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Members, any questions for the officers? Lucius, away you go.
Thank you. Could you just briefly clarify what you said about the split of affordable housing and whether that is compliant with our policy strictly?
So our policy House 3, which the allocation policy for this site as well asks us to follow, is and policy House 2 as well, they set out that we need to reflect the housing need or the latest information of the housing need in the district as identified. This will be our SHMA, the Strategic Housing Market Assessment, which is the most updated information. And this document indicates that the need is mostly in the district for rent, affordable properties in comparison to ownership properties. And within the rent element, it would be social rent more needed, but instead of decreasing the number of units, we decided to keep it as affordable rent, as a rent tenure, which is still most of the units anyway.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. Would it be possible to chase up County when they've got the S106 money for the bus stops, when they're going to carry out that work? Because I'm asked all the time, because there are no new bus timetables at any of the bus stops, because we're getting these new electric things on this S106. So
we can ask the question. Yeah, as members will be well aware, we have no control. I would suggest it's probably a question that's best put forward by our team under Sally Bonnet and Lucy Flinton. So we will pass that request over to them following this committee. Thank you.
Christina Ambrose-Smith.
Oh, beg your pardon. Councillor Ambrose-Smith.
A question, please. The houses for social rent, they will be passed to a housing association. A question was asked earlier about if the affordable houses would be built to the same specification as the market houses. I'm aware that one of our major social housing provider around here always uses the same type of kitchens and bathrooms that they know will be in production for a long while for replacements and so on. So how do you manage that then if you're going to pass these on to a social housing provider?
In simple terms, Councillor, in planning we are not considering the fit out of the property, so the materials used in the kitchens and things like that isn't really a consideration. What we are looking at when we're looking at affordable homes compared to market homes is design quality, building materials. Are they identifiable? We try to avoid, where possible, we try to make them as we describe it, as tenure blind as possible, but sometimes obviously there are subtle differences. Thank you. Yeah,
if we haven't got any more questions.
Chair, sorry.
I'm sorry, Chair, just to complement, we also assess the layout of each unit. So all of them will need to meet nationally described space standards, thank you, and DSS, as we used to saying. That's secured on the Section 106, and also part of the affordable housing needs to meet M42, which is also a standard for building control, and that design is designed for the level accessibility of the unit as well. So that's been assessed and they are fully compliant with the Section 106 requirements. Thank you.
Now, we seem to have got muddled in whether we're questions for the officers or the officers making statements. I believe the officers' statements are finished, and I'm therefore going to ask you if you've got any more questions for the officers before we go on to debate. No, we haven't, so we go on to debate. So there we are on debate, and you're going to have a start.
My concerns always have been for Woodfen Road because of the primary school at the end of it. As long as the calming measures are put into place and the speed reduction comes in, it still concerns me that 20 homes brings a minimum of 40 cars going down that single track lane, and also you've got to remain access for Anglian Water to get into the water station that's up that road, and the vehicles going to and from Saxon Way Business Park. So it's going to be a busy little trackway, but that's my only concern. I'm fully supportive of all the rest of it. If them calming measures are in place, then that reduces my fears. So I'll be happy to propose this as to follow with the approval by the officers.
I would be happy to second that.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to support it. Obviously, having seen the site for the first time this morning, I understand where Councillor Goodall's concerns are coming, because that road is, but obviously that's outside the application. So, from a planning point of view, I don't think we cannot refuse this. So I support it.
Any more comments in debate? We have a proposer and a seconder. Anybody else got anything to say? Christine will...
Yeah, so what I would like to see on the conditions is proper control over any dust mitigation and things like that. There has been horrendous problems on other sites where the building has taken place and proper dust measure control hasn't been applied or adhered to because they weren't on the original conditions on those particular sites. So I'd like to see that condition put on, please.
Can I come back on it?
Yes, you can come back in there and add to it. You are a proposer, and it's whether or not you accept the conditions or whether you're going to...
All I was going to say is I live adjacent to the site, and there is a lot of hosing down. There is inevitably some dust, and it can't be helped. But the wonderful thing is, since they've started construction on there, the number of weeds that flow across and stuff like that have gone. But they do look after the site properly, and I live just opposite.
Can I come back on?
Is that sufficient for you? Christine, is that sufficient for you?
That is, but I know that there have been problems in other areas where that hasn't been adhered to.
I'm trying to practically do things.
Pardon?
I mean, you're content now with what Martin's just told you.
That if there is a proper control over the dust, then fine. But yeah, it needs to be sort of looked at periodically. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. 2 points, Councillor William. One is that the condition with regards to the construction management plan is on the outline, so that's already been put on. But I can reassure members will be aware that it's been a desire of theirs for some time for us to be proactively monitoring conditions, especially conditions like this. We're currently out to advert at the moment for a conditions monitoring, for a development monitoring officer whose prime role will be to undertake these sorts of checks on development sites. So I can reassure members that the conditions will be fully monitored. Thank you.
Good thing you brought it up. So we have a proposal from Martin, and it's seconded by Councillor Ambrose Smith, and it is, we've had a discussion about dust and things, but we're satisfied that regular checking will be done and it will be controlled. So members are recommended to approve the application. So will those in favour please raise their hands?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, so that is now approved, and any members of the public who wish to leave now, you can, but it seems you don't want to. So. We now move on to item 11. And Charlotte, when you're ready.
Sorry, Chair, are you ready for me to start?
Please go ahead, if you're ready.
Lovely. Thank you very much for the delay. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 11 is for the erection of stables and associated stores, wash bay, the construction of a fenced outdoor arena with secure gated entrances and associated works, installation of a surface water drainage grid, associated infrastructure and solar lighting alongside the new vehicular access with a gate. So the site is located at land southwest of Willow Cottage in Upend. This application has been called into committee by Councillor Sharp and by Councillor Lay due to the levels of public interest in the application. So the screen is showing the site location plan with the applicant's property directly located opposite the proposed access, which is just here. The blue line boundary is an existing paddock used by Fittock Stud, which provide an additional grazing space for the proposed application. The land within the red line is also part of the same existing paddock used by Fittock Stud. The settlement of Upend is located to the very south of the district within Kirtland Parish, and so Kirtland is just to the south down here. And the slide here shows the location of Upend in relation to the area south of Newmarket. So we have Newmarket up here, Ashley, Cheveley, and we work our way down to Kirtling, and Upend is located just here. So the proposal includes the erection of the stables and associated stores, which are here, the construction of the outdoor arena, surface water drainage, which is in this area here, and the new vehicular access, which is here. This is an image taken from the top of the staircase that members would have seen today. Obviously, we didn't go up there given the slippery conditions, but this is a view from the top of the staircase looking into the site, and you can see the slope dips down as it goes towards the rear. This is also an image of where the proposed access is going to go through. It's just to the left of that 30-mile-an-hour sign. This is also an image looking north towards the access. You'll have the applicant's dwelling here, and then you've got the large embankment with the ditch on the left-hand side, and the access is proposed to be just here. And then this is the image from the southern edge of the site of the blue line boundary, where we stopped today to have a look, and that's looking towards the rear of the site. So the main considerations as part of this application is obviously the principle of development, visual amenity and heritage, residential amenity, highways and access, ecology, biodiversity and trees, and then flood risk and drainage. So the application site is located outside of the development envelope for Upend. However, Policy Growth 2 sets out a list of exempt policies, of which Policy EMP5 Equine Development applies to this application. Subject to the development being in accordance with this policy and being acceptable with regards to all other material considerations, the principle of development is considered to be acceptable. The application is strictly for private use only. This is not a commercial scheme. We've reviewed and assessed the application on the basis of the information that has been submitted to us as part of this application. The proposal of stables is of a very minor scale relative to the domestic nature for the proposed equine use. Officers have noted the residents' concerns regarding the proposal being used for commercial purposes in the future. This application has not applied for these stables to be used for commercial use, but we could apply a condition, which is in Appendix 1, to restrict the use to non-commercial uses only. In terms of visual amenity, this is a minor scale development and it's of a size no larger than required by the applicant in accordance with policy EMP5. Incorporated within the stable building is the jump store, which is here, the tack and feed rooms. You've got the hay area here and the washdown bay. The building also includes 2 main stalls for the maximum of 2 horses, which is this one and this one here. And it also includes a 3rd stall here, which is for isolation uses only, and that's for the welfare of horses in times of illness or injury where separation is required. The elements have all been incorporated under one roof to create a cleaner and more cohesive development within the conservation area. The proposed building is 14.4 metres or 47.2 feet in width going across here, 9.2 metres or 30 feet in depth for the deepest parts, which are the gable projections, and the narrowest depth is 3.5 metres or 11 feet and the smallest part. So here you can see the elevation drawings. The stables are 3.4 metres or 11.1 feet in height to the ridge, 2.4 metres, 7.8 feet to the eaves. The building is characteristic of non-commercial stables that are elsewhere in the district, particularly in areas south of Newmarket where it's predominantly an equine character. The materials to be used are golden brown timber shiplap with single course semi-engineered bricks to the base, and a roof will be covered with the black roof tiles. So the Conservation Officer has been consulted on this application and he has no objections to the proposed development, stating there would be no conservation implications of the proposed development. The proposal is minor in scale and it's located within an area to the south of Newmarket where equine is the predominant character type. The application has been thoroughly examined in light of policy ENV 11 for conservation areas, and the proposal is considered to have neutral impact to the character of this area. There will be neutral impact to the setting of the listed building by virtue of the separation distance between the heritage structure and the proposed development, the minor scale and rural appearance of the development, and the characteristic separation by land features such as the very high hedgerow and the change in land that we saw today. Therefore, any harm from this is considered to be neutral. Lighting is proposed to the development in the form of directional solar lighting to the arena. The following slides that we'll have a look at will illustrate the minimal impact of this proposed lighting on the neighbouring residential amenity. Nevertheless, lighting will be conditioned as part of any approval in regards to timings. The use of the site would not have any detrimental impacts to neighbouring amenity through noise, odour or disturbance. The site is for a maximum of 2 horses only and is for personal use. The site's already in equine use with a large commercial enterprise of Fittick Stud no more than 100 metres or 328 feet to the north of the site boundary. A muck heap is proposed, which is a closed and dry unit, and it's been located close to the stables and approximately 15 metres or 49 feet from the edge of the public highway. It's considered that there would be no detrimental impact to neighbouring occupiers through odour. A management plan for waste removal is not deemed reasonable in this application, as the site is to cater for a maximum of 2 horses, and the quantum of waste is not considered to be intense to the level of requiring such restrictions. It has been noted in neighbour comments that there are concerns of music being played on the site in connection with the use of the arena. The applicant has not specifically requested amplified or outdoor music as part of their application, and any permission would be covered by the nuisance guidance. Therefore, it's not considered necessary that music forms a necessary restriction of any permission that would form on this site. So these image extracts are taken from the arena lighting document. This is conditioned, or would be conditioned, to be a compliance document. They show the proposed illumination of the arena. The documents reflect the exact lighting specification as per the calculations created and set out within the arena lighting layout report. As you can see, or you might just be able to see along here, there's a very, very light green area. It's approximately 2 metres, if that, off the edge of the back of the arenas. The light spot is minimal, and it wouldn't have a detrimental impact upon neighbouring occupiers. The site is elevated, but the arena is set to the rear of the site, where the topography of the site slopes away towards the rear boundary of the trees. The Local Highways Authority were consulted on this application and stated that the impact proposal can be managed effectively via conditions. No objections were received from Highways on the basis of this application, but they did make a suggestion that the access should be no more than a 1 in 12 slope. The applicant has submitted amendments which were received to the scheme, and that now demonstrates that the access would be no greater than a 1 in 12 slope, just as the LHA have requested. All requirements of the LHA have been met by the applicant, and therefore they would be compliance conditions attached to any permission on the site. There's very limited proposed traffic movements from to and fro this site, and it's not considered that the proposal would be detrimental to impacts on the highway. Where the access will be created, the size of the access will be sloped and landscaped to create a softened appearance. A few key points to raise regarding trees ecology and biodiversity net gain. The biodiversity net gain baseline has been agreed by the Council's ecology team. This has been deemed to be correct, and a mandatory condition would be applied to any permission. They've also clarified that even if the most light adverse bat species were roosting in the boundary tree belt to the rear, that the lux level spill from the arena onto the trees is lower than the amount that would actually affect the behaviour of the highly sensitive protected species. And then following further additional clarification with them, as the lighting spill is of such low levels and the specification of the lighting meets the ILP 2023 guidance, the condition for hours and calendar months has been revised, and the relevant proposed condition is set out in Appendix 1, which is for times per day only. So the trees officer was consulted in the application and considered there'd be little to no impact on trees. A standard arboricultural method statement, soft landscaping condition would be deemed suitable to apply to any proposed permission on this site. So due to the minor scale of the development, the LLFA were not statutory consultees on the application as it's a minor scheme. but they were consulted later on as part of the application process in order to address concerns raised by residents as part of the flood risk and drainage. The LFA confirmed that surface water from the proposed development can be managed through the use of rainwater harvesting and the attenuation chamber, and restricting the surface water discharge to the riparian watercourse at a rate no greater than 1 litre per second. They've also stated that they're supportive of the use of permeable surfacing as it provides additional water quality treatment. And the plans do illustrate where the permeable surfacing is to be used, but for absolute clarity, a condition can be applied, which is in Appendix 1 for the submission of details regarding hard landscaping. As part of their comments, the LFA included an informative regarding pollution control, and this was also raised by a number of residents as part of their objections and concerns. It set out that upon any permission, the applicant would be responsible for ensuring that the pollution of water is kept to a minimum. The applicant has set out within their planning statement the use of cleaning products for the stables and horses and their management of the waste, including the muck heap. The use of specific products cannot be conditioned, and therefore the responsibility remains with the applicant in regards to monitoring pollution. It's on this basis that the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Simon Davis. I think you've probably followed what's going on. It's 5 minutes and you switch the microphone on.
I will do my best. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So my name is Simon Davies. I live at Walnut Tree Cottage, which is across the road from the application site. The majority of residents strongly object to this application, demonstrated by the number of objections submitted and the number of residents here today. There's about 14 of us. So why is Upend a conservation area? Upend is characterised by a beautiful and unchanging street scene of historic buildings, trees, high hedges, green space, tranquility and dark skies. The residents chose to and enjoy living here for all these reasons. We do not object to the applicant keeping a horse on their paddock and building stables of appropriate scale, but we do object strongly to this proposal. The site in question is right in the very heart of the hamlet, surrounded by houses and effectively is the village green. The proposal is to build a large floodlit arena with permission to use floodlights for 15 hours per day, between 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day. Even with low spill lights, you would be approving a huge glowing box of light right in the centre of a dark village. If the lighting is bright enough to safely ride a horse, there is no way it's not creating significant light pollution. There are no conditions to prevent music playing. We requested a condition and were ignored. A muck heap has been sited as close as possible to my house, which will smell. We requested relocation, but were ignored. This proposal is not compliant with policy ENV9, which requires all development proposals to minimise light and noise pollution. Not compliant with ENV1, which states any permission must protect the nocturnal character of rural areas from light pollution. Not compliant with ENP5, which states the amenity of nearby residential properties must not be adversely affected, for example, in relation to flood lighting, changes in levels or noise disturbance. The proposal is to build a stable block measuring 14.4 by 9.2 metres, containing 3 stables, 4 other separate rooms, a wash bay, so 8 areas in total, all for 1 horse and a companion pony. The stable block is larger in footprint than most houses in Upend. Both the arena and stable block are in similar size to found in a commercial setting. The stable block and arena are at the top of the sloping site, with floodlights on 5-metre poles. It will be highly visible in a prominent location in the heart of the village, especially in winter when there are no leaves on the trees and a new entrance is created. The proposal is not compliant with ENP5, which requires that new buildings for horse-related activities, including stables, should be no larger than is essential. The proposal is not compliant with ENP5 that requires the development is not sited in a prominent or isolated location away from buildings. The proposed stable box is larger than essential for a domestic setting sited in a prominent position. Finally, the proposal neither preserves or enhances the character and appearance of Upend Conservation Area, and the impact has not been adequately assessed by the Conservation Officer or the Planning Officer. The proposed development harms the character and appearance of Upend. Significant engineering works are planned as large areas of the existing sloping site need to be excavated and levelled for the stables and arena. There are no details on final levels. Unwanted soil will be created, creating a ridge spanning the whole paddock. but there is no detail on this. Therefore, the impact on the conservation area cannot be assessed. A 4-metre section of historic hedge will be removed to provide a new steep entrance whose appearance is largely undefined. This will have a significant impact on the street scene. So in conclusion, for the reasons just stated, we request that this application is refused. However, if the committee will not refuse the application, we urge you to defer rather than approve for the following reasons. The application has not been properly assessed in relation to the statutory requirement to preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area. The conservation offer responded within 13 minutes of initial consultation, and in a follow-up email to me stated listed buildings were his priority. Whilst I have sympathy for resourcing levels, this response is not adequate and leaves any approval open to a successful legal challenge. The application has been subject to 4 sets of amendments, but the cumulative effect of significant engineering changes has not been reconsidered. As a result of Highways objecting to the original proposal, the applications have squeezed in a steep 1.6 drive, which will be do not believe any large vehicle will actually use in reality. So the 1 in 12 is just the bottom 5 metres. No details on any final land levels, no details on the spoil heap that will span the entire paddock or the resulting drainage impact, insufficient detail on the proposed entrance design, which could have significant impact on the street scene and the character of the conservation area. EMP5 states particular regard will be had to the cumulative effect of proposals. I'd like to thank the committee for listening and hope that you will refuse or at very least defer. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, members, questions for Mr. Davis? None? Councillor Trout.
My understanding was that the entrance would be screened by hedges on either side, and therefore you live south of the building.
Next door to Willow Cottage, so if you were to face Willow Cottage, I would be on the left. Just up there, that's the one there.
Face Willow Cottage. Oh, see, so it would not be seen then if there's hedging there. Is that right?
What would not be seen? Sorry, the
entrance.
The entrance would be seen, especially in the winter. There's no leaves on the trees, and it's not just me, of course. There's a property completely. I don't know whether you went to New Cottages at all this morning, but they're just directly connected to the paddock with it in full view.
Councillor Hogan.
Just checking that I understand what you're saying, and you're saying is that effectively the assessments regarding the lighting that's been made by the Office of the Council are wrong, in essence, and you disagree with it. Is that correct?
What I am saying is I disagree that a floodlit arena of that size, that is floodlit to allow it to be safe for a horse to ride, there's no way that is not causing light pollution. If it's safe enough for a horse to ride on, that's a relatively high lumen level of light that will have a detrimental effect on the amenity.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. I think I know the answer to it. What discussion or approach did you receive from the applicant before they put the application in?
No discussion at all. They didn't speak to any of the residents, other than just telling us it was going to go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, no discussion at all.
No more questions for Mr. Davis. Okay, thank you.
Would it be okay if I make one more comment?
Go on.
Just with respect to the scale of this proposal and the size of Upend and the number of houses there are no streetlights. It is dark skies, and we're proposing to build a big floodlit arena in the middle of a hamlet.
You expressed yourself very clearly in a letter.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes between you. The amber light will come on when you've gone to 4 minutes. I would allow you to finish a sort of paragraph, but that doesn't take very long. Okay, start when you're ready and you've got the microphone on.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah, the applicant, and I live opposite the paddock at Willow Cottage with my partner Mike. I'd like to briefly tell you who we are and why this application matters to us. Horses have always been part of my life, alongside a career in neuroscience, never as a business or profession. I met my horse Oscar in Scotland, and he's travelled the country with me ever since, most so recently to Cambridge, and now hopefully to Upend. He isn't just a hobby, he's been my closest companion through years of living and working away from home, and he matters to us deeply. When Mike and I decided to find a permanent home together, we spent 2 years specifically searching for somewhere Oscar could finally be at home with us. We chose Newmarket because it felt like the right place, one of the most renowned equine places in the world, where horses have shaped the landscape, the economy, and the identity of the area for centuries. We found Willow Cottage with a paddock already in equestrian use directly opposite the front door. It felt like exactly what we'd been looking for. This application is the final step to properly housing Oscar and his companion on our own land, right where we live. So I would like to be clear about what that means in practice and equally clear about what it doesn't mean. This is entirely for private use. No commercial activity, no competitions, no events, no amplified noise, no HGV deliveries, no toilet facilities, no foul sewerage, one horse box parked permanently at Willow Cottage, no vehicles parked on site or on the grass verges. The site has been in continuous equestrian use for many years and sits behind an exceptionally high hedgerow that provides a complete year-round screen from the road. The stable block has 3 stalls, 2 for our horses and 1 isolation stall, which is a welfare requirement to manage the risk of infectious disease. Connemara ponies require restricted grazing to prevent laminitis, a serious and painful condition caused by excess grass, making the arena essential both as an exercise space when the ground is too hard or wet to ride on, and as a safe turnout area when grass levels need to be managed for their health. The new access exists because without it, our vet, farrier and equestrian services would have to drive across open grazing land from the existing entrance at the far end of the paddock, impractical in wet conditions and unsafe when horses are turned out. It also ensures the site is fully and safely accessible for a disabled member of my immediate family. Every element is there because it genuinely needs to be. This is confirmed by the British Horse Society as meeting the required standards for horse welfare. We've engaged specialists at every stage to make sure we get it right and have every consultee has supported us or raised no objection. Our lighting scheme was designed by equestrian lighting experts and confirmed by your council's own ecologist as fully compliant with ILP 2023 guidance, directional, solar-powered with 0 light spill above the horizontal, protecting both the dark skies and any protected species in the boundary trees. Our drainage scheme was reviewed in full by the lead local flood authority, who raised initial concerns, which we addressed with a full-day site visit by a flood officer on the 23rd of April, revised drawings and a full drainage model. They have formally lifted their objection and are fully supportive. The Highways Authority raised a concern about access gradient, which we resolved through technical drawings, and they have confirmed full compliance. The tree officer, the conservation officer, and the council's ecologist have all either supported the application or raised no objection. Our biodiversity net gain stands over 25%, more than double the mandatory 10% threshold. We are reseeding the paddock with an enhanced grass mix, planting a wildflower meadow, planting a new native hedgerow, and installing bat boxes, bird boxes, and hedgehog habitats. The land will be left in a measurably better state for the local wildlife than it is today. Throughout the process, we have followed the planning officer's advice from our very first pre-application meeting in June 2025. Every concern raised by statutory consultees, by residents, and at the parish council meeting we attended has been responded to with amendments, additional surveys, or further evidence. We haven't dismissed concerns, we've addressed them. The planning officer has concluded a thorough and detailed assessment and has recommended approval. Every statutory consultee is either supportive or has no objection. The proposal is fully compliant with policy EMP5 for equine development and all other relevant planning policies. We genuinely understand why some of our neighbours have concerns. We share the same hamlet, the same dark skies, the same appreciation for what makes Upend special. This application has never been about changing that character. It's about allowing us to care properly for our horses on land we own, which has been in equestrian use for many years and will remain so. We respectfully ask the committee to follow the planning officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you just stay where you are? Members may wish to ask you questions. Keith.
Thank you, Chair. When we visited today, there was a horse on the field.
Yes.
Is that your horse?
No, that's owned by Fittock Stud, who's their stallion.
Okay, so that's not the horse that would be there normally?
No, they kind of rotate between different horses. Sometimes there's some yearlings. Currently, there's their stallion.
And so therefore, it's going to be for your own personal use,
yes,
should this development go forward?
Yes.
I presume that, and again, I'm not suggesting that you do or don't work, but I presume you have some form of employment other than horses.
Yes.
How often are you going to be using it during the week, during the day? What sort of hours? Can you give us some idea?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so I have a full-time job. I'm a scientist. So the hours would be, you know, just in the morning, daily checks, turning out. In the evening, when I tend to ride in the evening, which is, you know, 30 minutes, 40 minutes maximum, really. And then just care, like mucking out. So, you know, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour in the morning, maximum including riding 2 hours in the evening. And obviously the riding, the arena lights would only be on for the time you're riding, not the additional care of mucking out and other things.
So a couple of times a day?
Yes.
Several days a week, possibly weekends as well?
Yes, yeah, obviously, yeah, weekends to look after them as well.
And
yes, every day. I don't ride every day, sorry.
Those are the times that you would be using the exercise area that would possibly, in the darker mornings and nights, need lighting on?
Yes, so I don't exercise him every day. Obviously, he has days off. So usually it's just alternate days that I ride and would be using that facility. So it wouldn't be every day, no.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Doctor. Whilst I'm very jealous of your personal circumstances, I, unfortunately, as you'll be aware, the committee can't consider the personal circumstances of the applicant. We have to consider the land. One of the things that I particularly noted on the site visit this morning was access.
Yes.
Particularly, I imagine, knowing nothing about owning a horse at all, the access is sufficient for the use. The access for development actually concerns me a bit because it's going to be quite thin. Obviously, the highways were not absent of comment on that. What's your assessment of how the construction period would go with that access?
With the current access, so we would start construction on the new access, but we can use the current access for building. Part of what we would do is only use that access when the ground is dry. So we know, obviously, if you're trying to use machinery when the ground is wet, it's going to churn up the paddock and we're not going to get through anyway. So part of the building is we do have to do it in months where it's good weather. So we wouldn't start construction, you know, late into winter when it's very wet or very icy. So that has something we've been thought about. But again, we could also start construction of the new entrance. So we do have two ways of getting into the site.
If I may, Chair. And do you consider that there would be a significantly increased traffic volume throughout the period of construction, bearing in mind that our bend is obviously silent?
So we're not taking anything away from the site, so it would be kind of minimal as possible increased traffic with construction. But it's a very small build, so maximum it's a couple of weeks, you know, maybe 2 months. It's not a huge site. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
I could just hear some behind. We've been told that the arena would probably take, the whole thing is going to take 25 days.
This is from our experts.
I just thought for a moment I was the chairman, and, and your partner or your associate is answering questions from members. No. And so I'll continue now. Any members, more questions? I would just ask, how long have you lived in that village?
So we bought the property last May and we moved in June last year.
So quite recent?
Yeah, just over. Yeah,
and how many horses have you got as we speak here today?
Currently that I own?
Yes.
I own one horse currently, yeah.
One?
Yes.
Yeah. And how many would you own if you had everything you wanted from this committee?
No more than 2, because I have a full-time job.
So it would be one more?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Who's here?
Sorry, Chair, I've just thought of another question. In your professional judgment, what is the capacity of your proposed development? Not what you're going to use it for, what's the capacity?
Honestly, it depends on the type of equine you have. So smaller equines like Shetlands obviously need less grazing, larger equines need more grazing. But you know, for this type of thing, say you have 2 horses and a Shetland, do you know what I mean? Like, I would say 2 horses maximum for that type of grazing. But again, if you talk to the British Horse Society, they don't like to put kind of things on that.
Thank you. Christine Ambrose-Smith.
Good evening. I believe I saw or heard something to the effect that you had consulted quite widely. Your application appears to have raised considerable animosity within this horsey environment. Why would this be? Any ideas?
I mean, it's one of those things. It's, you know, it's been used as grazing for a while. It's a change. It's a change from, you know, it's still equine, but it's a change. There will be things on the paddock that weren't there before.
So you feel that once you have got, if all being well, you get this established, that very little will impinge upon your neighbours and so on, because you will be at a slightly lower level than the hedge and, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Trapp.
At last. Thank you very much. Your neighbour mentioned the muck heap.
Yes.
Normally muck heaps are a little bit smelly. What are you doing about that? I mean, what's going to...
No, it's okay. So it's just for 2 horses, which provides there's minimal waste from 2 horses. Additionally, it will have enclosed sides. It has a solid base and a roof. So it's kind of enclosed. You won't see it. It'll enclose like flies. Won't kind of, you know, it's enclosed. It's not just out in the open. And additionally, you know, we're surrounded by 360 acres of horses pooing on land. So it's still just 2 horses in a paddock, and it will be collected regularly.
And the other question was about the light pollution. Also, your neighbour mentioned this. And I suppose you have reassured some, but they're saying it's only going to be 2 or 3 hours, not 15 hours a day. But how much light will there be going upwards?
0. There's 0 upwards light spill. These are new lights, new technology. There is 0 upward light spill.
Thank you very much.
Alan Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 questions. One, it will be the same question I asked of the objectors. What conversation did you have with the neighbours before you put the application in?
So it was just as and when people came round. We didn't go knocking door to door. We didn't. Yeah, it was.
Can I speak?
Is that mine?
Exceptionally, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I contacted the parish council before the application and spoke to the clerk, who told me all about the area, and then I went to residents, especially the one in 2 new cottages, and spoke to them because we thought it would impact 2 new cottages the most. And the resident told us that she would be happy with them being, and she pointed right
we
at
as a planning committee have to judge what's in front of us on a bit of paper.
Yes, certainly.
And therefore, where you're going isn't a planning issue. So what I'd like to do now is to ask Councillor Colbert to ask her question.
Well, actually, I just wanted to get one thing clarified. Music, you're not going to be doing dressage, are
No.
you? You're going to be just quietly exercising Oscar and Friend, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and horse poo's going to be contained. We've already covered that, haven't we?
Yes.
and presumably sold for roses, or does one not do
Yeah,
that
I mean, if anyone
anymore?
wants to use it for their garden, that's absolutely fine. We do have someone already engaged who will come and collect it for us. He just comes with his Land Rover and trailer, picks it up and takes it away for us. So no
Fine.
big vehicles coming.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's everything.
I did say 2 questions and you gave me 1, Chair. The other one is, would what you want to do work without the floodlighting?
Well, I work till 6 p.m, so in winter it would be dark by the time I got home. So, and often when I go to work in the morning, I leave quite early. So again, it would be pretty dark in the morning as well. So.
Okay, we've now got any comments from officers?
I think just to clarify in terms of the maximum amount of horses that would be available to be on the site, British Horse Society standards for the size of the site that we have before us would only allow for a maximum of 2 horses in terms of their requirements. So that would be the maximum amount of horses available for this site.
Thank you. Any questions to the officers? Councillor Trapp.
Yeah, in respect of that assessment by British, my understanding was it's 1 acre per horse, and 1 acre is already taken up with the menage. So there's only 1 acre left, so that'd be 1 horse.
Yeah, so again, it depends on the size of horse or the requirement of the land available. The actual exercise arena itself does count towards the exercise area and the land for the horse, so that would be included within the grazing land and the arena combined.
Grazing.
Okay, well, we're now going to move on to the debate section. So, members, away you go. No comments? Councillor Sharp.
I'll start it off, Chair. As you know, I'm one of the ward councillors for this. I've got concerns certainly about the lighting, because I hear what the applicant's saying, that it doesn't go upwards, but there's got to be peripheral lighting, and it is a non-lit village. Removing part of that hedge, I mean, I always challenge highways because they never come up, in my opinion, never come up with the right answers. They challenge stuff when they shouldn't, and they say great to stuff when they, yeah, anyway. Because I think the gradient to get vehicles up there, you know, if you've got a horse box or you've got other trucks going up there, I think that would be too steep. I would have asked a question of officers, but the one I would have wanted to ask a question of is not here, the conservation officer, because I just can't understand the lack of response, shall we say. And if members were minded to approve it, I just cannot agree with 15 hours. That seems absolutely crazy, personally. I think there should be a condition that actually restricted it to an hour. But I will kick this off, and I'm going to propose refusal on the basis of it is not in accordance with EMP5, i.e. the proposal should not have a negative cumulative effect on the area, and I think it has. EMV9 as well, I think, in terms of light pollution, would be 2 conditions that I think it, policies that I think it exceeds. So I'm prepared to, happy to propose that we refuse this.
So as it stands at the moment, you've said during the debate that you're going to propose that we don't approve it, and of course you'd be looking for planning reasons why that would be the
well,
case.
I say I've got 2 planning reasons already. I think it doesn't comply with the EMP5 or EMV9.
Could you repeat that?
EMP5, the proposal, EMP5 states the proposal shouldn't have a negative cumulative effect. I think it does have a cumulative negative effect, and EMV9, I think there is issues with light.
Okay, so we're going to keep that and we're going to continue with the debate. Councillor Trapp.
I was going to propose the opposite. I was going to accept the officer's recommendation.
Well, that is not what you're doing, because we will go to a vote and we'll get there.
Well, if it were the first proposal...
Yes, you would see if that fails or falls.
Well, I haven't got a second yet.
And one of the things is, although I know Councillor Sharp mentioned about 15 hours a day, I would be very surprised if it was more than 2 or 3 hours a day, because the lighting would be significant. I think it'd be quite expensive. Yeah, okay. I think it is an equine place. I looked at that site. Oh, sorry. My gosh, I forgot that. It is an equine site. It is, looks to me about 2 meters higher than the road. So on a 1 and 12 gradient, that would be about 25 meters of track. And 1 in 12 is actually less of a slope than what is for wheelchair users. It's 1 in 10 for wheelchair users. So it is actually it's 1 in 12 is a very, very low slope, actually. And particularly if it's mitigated by hedging, seen then just the only sight of it will be actually when you're dead ahead of it. From the side, it will only be seen as hedging, which is sort of what would be seen anyway. So I think it's large. But I think this is what we have, and I will actually support this. Thank you.
As now we've got to the debate section. To me, it seems to me a very horsey little village, and it's lovely for that. And I would be supporting Councillor Trapp, very much, Councillor Trapp, and I would be supporting the officers. But we have a record of Councillor Allen has put down an proposal. Has he got a seconder? Councillor Sharp, have you got a seconder?
I don't know. Doesn't look like it.
If you don't have a seconder, it fails. So that, Councillor Ambrose Smith.
Backtracking a bit, I've been thinking about this 15 hours mentioned, and really 15 hours a day? No. 15 hours a week? Yeah, okay, so yeah, sort of an hour and a bit a day. Yeah, okay. I couldn't think. Sorry, it's late in the day.
May I come in on that?
Yes.
Just to clarify, members, what we have is an hours of operation condition, which is designed to give flexibility about when the lights can go on. It's not an expectation that the lights will be on permanently for those hours, but it's there to allow flexibility up until 9 o'clock in the evening, from 6 o'clock in the morning, through those times when it's dark. I would be surprised, though I frequently am, if it was to be utilised during the daylight hours.
I see it that the owner would come home from work and could come home at various times a day and on various weather conditions, and they would dictate the amount of time that you would spend with your horses, I would assume. And I certainly I'd never been to your hamlet until this morning, but I got the impression that it was a sort of horsey type area where people would love horses. But that's my view anyway. So I'm now going to consult with the Councillor Sharp.
I just wanted to come back on 2 things. One is the hours. Yes, I doubt it's going to be used 15 hours, but if you put a condition there saying they can use it from 6 in the morning till 9 at night, then providing they operate within those, even if they did 10 hours a day, that would be compliant with that condition. So I find that condition personally crazy. And yes, it is a very horsey area. Yes, and I understand what the applicant's saying about laminitis and grading. I had a horse that had impact laminitis, so I'm aware of what you've got to do with that. But it is a horsey area. I just think this is too much of a move away from just being an equine, if that makes sense. Thank you.
As we stand at the moment, you made a proposal, but you haven't got a seconder, so it's dropped, it's gone. I'm now going to have a discussion with the planning manager, and so I'm going to break for about 3 or 4 minutes, which will happen now. We're back in session. You'll have seen what happened. We've had the first complete application or suggestion, which was a proposal by Councillor Trapp, which was seconded by me. Earlier than that, Councillor Sharp had proposed it, but he didn't have a seconder, therefore it wasn't a complete application. So we've now got a situation where we're considering Councillor Trapp's proposal, and we're about to go to a vote. So will those in favour? Yes?
Before we go to a vote, if we're going to vote on that, are we voting on the condition that it's
We're voting of the as in the agenda.
But with it being available from 6 in the morning till 9 at night?
It will be technically available as according to the agenda.
Well, I'll propose an amendment then that to that condition that it's available from 5 in the evening till 8 in the evening, which I would hope is acceptable.
Why is it unacceptable for them to do it in the morning? That's the question I'd have to be asking, because if we then got an application in to do it in the morning, what
winter mornings.
What grounds is it unacceptable?
It seems to me, Councillor Sharp, that we've got a working lady who is working different hours, I would assume, and I think it would be rather inhumane if she came at home or had a shift or something like that, and then found she couldn't go out and tend to a horse because it was... But I can't imagine someone who's working doing any long hours and just keeping the horse well looked after. Councillor Trapp.
All I was going to say was, irrespective of whether the applicant is working or not, whether one has it from 5 to 8 or 6 to 9 or whatever, it's still, and we've got to actually seem to have light mitigation here, it doesn't seem to make much difference. And it's, I don't understand why it should have, there should be a restriction on this. It is clean and not noisy. I suspect it's not noisy unless your horse neighs or not. Sorry, I won't say that. Okay.
I'm going back to the... We have a proposal. We are legally advised that that is the one we should vote on now. And that is the legal advice we've had. So I intend to do that, and I intend to go to the vote. Will those in favour of the Councillor Trapp proposal please raise their hands?
That's 9 votes in favour, Chair.
Will those who are against that proposal raise their hand?
That's 1 against, Chair.
And any abstentions, please raise.
No abstentions.
Okay, so the approval is given to the application as on item 11. And we'll just wait a minute or two till it clears. We're now moving on to item number 7.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So agenda item 7 is an application to modify an existing planning obligation, Section 106 agreement against an outline planning permission for up to 53 dwellings at land rear of Garden Close, Sutton. Just to refer members back to the update report that was published on Monday in respect of the Strategic Planning Department's further response to the applicant's rebuttal on the 5-year housing land supply matter. Just to conclude that the council are confident they can currently demonstrate a 6.17-year housing land supply. So this proposal is to vary the Section 106 agreement, essentially omitting the currently required delivery of 14 affordable housing units to the site, so the full amount of affordables that's secured with that site, or to reduce them to 4 first homes, which is a route to affordable home ownership. Just quickly in terms of site, it's located to the southeast of Sutton. It forms a housing allocation in the Sutton Neighbourhood Plan, which followed the outline approval. The current photo you can see to the right is evidence of a material commencement by way of the access that's gone in, and a SIL notice has been served on the council as well to confirm that. That was around about April this year, I think, when the payment was made. So just a quick bit of background. The Affordable Housing Scheme was included with the Reserve Matters application for this outline planning permission, providing a policy compliant level of affordable units, 14 in total, for a scheme of 47 dwellings in total, so 30% affordables. Originally, the modification was proposed for the full omission of all affordable housing from the scheme. However, during sort of the lifetime of the application and through the viability reviews, the applicant has offered a provision of 4 first homes on the site, or a commuted sum of £310,000 towards off-site affordable housing provision in lieu of the on-site delivery. Again, the SIL payment for the reserved matters to signify commencement has been made. In addition, members need to be mindful that the item following this is to vary the approved plans for that reserved matters, because those plans currently annotate affordable housing. So there is a subsequent planning permission which is linked to this that will need to be considered following this item. So the main considerations: viability, affordable housing and 5-year housing land supply. So through a detailed review of the applicant's viability appraisal, it's concluded that an on-site provision of 14 affordable dwellings, as per the approved scheme, is unviable, which would give the developer less than 10% return. The general expectation as set out in PPG is that developers should be expecting somewhere between 15 and 20% return. To put that into context, a 100% market-only scheme, so no affordables, would give the developer around about 16.56% return. And you can see there that the scheme with 4 first homes would give them about a 15.65. If it were the off-site commuted sum, it would be below that 15% margin. So policy HOW 3 seeks 30% on-site affordable housing. The NPPF does allow for delivery of first homes where the LPA judge that they meet that local need. There is a high demand for affordable rented homes in Sutton, and there's a primary need across the district for affordable rented homes. Recent appeal decisions that we've received afforded significant weight to the provision of affordable homes in the context of the district as a whole needing affordable homes. And there's been 2 recent appeals on that basis there, which I think the report sets out, including the update report. In terms of 5-year housing land supply, the LPA maintains it has a 6.17-year supply, so very healthy. The outline and reserve matters permissions for this scheme were granted in the context of the tilted balance at that time. The associated outline permission was allowed at appeal with very great weight given by the inspector to the approval of a tandem outline application, which was granted approval. And that was given significant positive weight by the LPA given the provision of affordable dwellings on that site. So this positive weight also contributed towards the public benefits sufficient to outweigh harm to that conservation area as well. So the considerations of this assessment are finely balanced. The current viability constraints of the approved scheme does weigh in favour of the sort of suggestion to modify the 106 agreement, as it would likely enable the scheme to come forward to deliver the housing, therefore contribute to housing stock for the district. Weighing against the proposal, however, is that the offer of first homes would be small scale and not of a type that would meet local needs, as confirmed by our housing team. The failure to deliver the site in the short term would not undermine the council's 5-year housing land supply, given its healthy position. The permission has been implemented and therefore it will remain extant, available to deliver at such a time. And it's concluded that market forces may alter again in the future, or circumstances may change to create a more viable scheme in the context of providing affordable housing. So on that basis, members are recommended to refuse this application to modify the Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we've got applicant agent Conor Gallagher, but I don't. Is that? Are you Mr. Gallagher? Yes. Ah, well, please come and up and make your presentation. You've got a microphone and you've got 5 minutes.
So, my name is Connor, and I am a director of Abbey Investments, the landowner of the allocated and implemented housing site off Garden Close for 47 homes. I wanted to speak today on behalf of Abbey to make the case to allow us to build out this development without delay. For context, I've been working on this development since I joined Abbey 5 years ago, and I have knowledge of the case history. The last 5 years in house building has seen a total and complete market shift against the viability of house building. Building materials and construction costs have increased rapidly, where local house prices have stagnated, with mortgage rates having gone from near zero to upwards of 5%. The local authority's own third-party viability assessor has confirmed our report that this site cannot support the full policy affordable housing requirements and be viable. These requirements are strangling the delivery of this allocated and implemented site, and this is not the intended purpose of the affordable housing policies. The policies are not supposed to be able to prevent development. The NPPF and this local authority have mechanisms in place to deal with viability problems, a process Abbey have methodically followed. Despite these viability challenges, Abbey have put forward a proposal to secure affordable housing contributions either through 4 first homes on site or a payment in lieu of £310,000, which could be allocated toward any tenure of affordable housing in the local area. This proposal was secured with Abbey taking a lower margin within viability frameworks to show a willing compromise to tackle the viability challenges. Our proposal has been endorsed by the local authority's third-party assessor and the council's own housing officer. I quote from the officer's report. As reflected in the Housing Strategy Officer's formal comments, the proposal for 4 on-site first homes may be considered acceptable on balance in light of the viability assessment. Our proposal ensures that we can get on and build this site right away, whilst ensuring that there is still some affordable housing contribution on the site. We will be able to deliver this beautiful development, providing 26 much-needed bungalows to the local area right away, providing a further 21 two-storey homes right away, providing Section 106 contributions right away, and providing jobs right away. Abbey were hoping to obtain a recommendation of approval for our proposal. However, 2 points have stuck out, and unfortunately, although finely balanced, the officers could not recommend approval. The first point considers the tenure type of the proposal being all first homes. This was proposed on practical grounds of delivery. With the lower number of affordable homes, it would not be possible to secure a dedicated registered provider. First homes are a neat and policy-permitted way of ensuring affordable home delivery. The officer's own report notes the housing officer considers first homes acceptable on balance. In any case, the alternative proposal of a payment in lieu of £310,000 could be used for any affordable tenure types for the local area, which allows the local authority more flexibility in this regard. The second point considers the local authority's 5-year housing supply. Our commissioned reports and rebuttals by Emery Planning clearly contest the local authority's stated position of having a 5-year housing supply. They provide evidence and assert that this local authority does not currently have a 5-year housing supply, and that there is a historic shortfall of homes in the area. Furthermore, the wider context of the house building industry today gives no room for optimism. The viability of house building across this local area is in all certainty likely to worsen, given the huge cost pressures and price reductions that developers face. Although we would like to avoid an appeals inspector would need to examine our presented evidence of the 5-year housing supply and come to a conclusion as to whether this local authority does have a 5-year housing supply. But to reiterate, we would like to avoid the appeals process. If our proposals are approved, this implemented and allocated site is ready to be delivered now to add new homes, new bungalows, and new affordable homes to the area. Without this viability adjustment, this allocated site cannot be built out, and this gamble of a wait-and-see approach will only serve to further damage the 5-year housing supply. If these allocated and implemented developments do not get built, the low-hanging fruit, then the whole 5-year housing supply will collapse. The village of Sutton is particularly vulnerable to viability challenges, and ready schemes should be allowed to get on. The officers described their recommendation as finely balanced, considering the evidence before them. I would respectfully request that the members consider this evidence and, as the ultimate decision makers on viability matters, use their discretion in this instance to reach a different conclusion, to endorse this proposal and support the completion of this allocated and implemented site to deliver beautiful homes for the local area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions? Lucius.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 questions. You're making a 9.5% profit on the site as it's currently suggested, is that correct?
As per the viability assessment, that would be.
Yes, and 30% is a viable overall set of affordable housing in East Cambridgeshire. What can you imagine that the implication by precedent of the decision you're asking us to make today is for young people across East Cambridgeshire by removing all or virtually all affordable housing from your scheme? Obviously, you're a developer, you're giving people the chance to start in life, so why is that acceptable to you?
Well, I'll just present the realities of the situation. There's option 1, which is the 30% is not removed, and this site is not viable, and nothing is built. There's no bungalows delivered to Sutton, and there's no housing delivered to Sutton, and no affordable homes delivered to Sutton. And that's because a 9.57 profit margin is not enough to make the site viable, and it's not enough to start the site. Option 2 is the proposal that we've put forward, where we've squeezed the margin on the lower end of the viability framework, and that will deliver 47 houses, of which 4 could be first homes, or we could have £310,000 of affordable payment in lieu to the local area to be used on all tenure types. And we have 26 bungalows, which I believe are in high demand in the area, and the remainder being market sale homes.
Sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to explain that assessment that on a very small site, a 9.5% profit renders the entire site undeliverable. That's not an appropriate return for this site to be viable. And the viability framework says that between 15 and 20% is a fair return on investment, or return margin for a developer. And that's what the framework says. I'll leave the committee to consider that. The second one is I would like you to explain your assessment of our 5-year housing land supply. You've made a very serious claim, which I think you should substantiate in front of the committee. Okay, so we commissioned Emery Planning to assess the local authority's 5-year housing supply. Based on their research, they've assessed that you have a 4.82 housing supply. Then we saw a rebuttal from the local authority, and then Emery Planning was commissioned to further rebuttal, and they've maintained that in their belief, as Emery Planning consultants, experts, they believe that this local authority cannot currently display a 5-year land housing supply. Based on what? Based on lack of deliverability of sites that have got permission? So, I mean, just the wider context of it is that house prices have stagnated, if not fallen, and that's based on a number of reasons. For example, mortgage rates having gone up from 0 to 5%, and stagnant house prices in general, and furthermore, cost pressures have increased to an extent that building a house now is just not the same thing as it was 3 years ago, or indeed when the outline planning permission was given, which I believe was 2020. It's just not the same maths. The whole maths of house building has changed across all these areas, and the problem is that if we don't face up to this, then what's going to happen is that none of these developments are going to be built. It really is a question of, unfortunately, facing up to the challenges which we face and being reasonable and practical with relation to it.
I'd like to just ask you one question. Have you considered 100% affordable using Homes England funding?
I can't say that we've considered that particular route. In our experience, if we go out to 100% affordable, you don't get market rates, so you'll get sub-market rates. And so, again, it would be that's a different viability question. So, I mean, we haven't looked at that, but I don't believe that that would be the key to unlock this problem.
It's relatively common in this area now.
If Homes England were to guarantee us the market rate,
Homes England, yeah.
Or if the local authority housing division could guarantee the 100% market rate, which we've allowed for and analysed in our viability.
But you're talking generally. My question was, have you considered it?
We haven't specifically gone down that route because that's not necessarily what we do. We're a house builder for private market sale in the main. We're not we're an SME builder, family business.
No,
we don't, generally.
I'm okay. I've got your answer. Thank you. And now it's Keith.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if you were in the room earlier where we looked at the Littleport development, item 10 on the agenda, although it wasn't taken in that order. And if you were in the room, you would have noted that I asked a loaded question. I admit asking a loaded question. And I asked whether the 20 and a bit % of affordable homes in their development meant that the site was unviable or would result in any shortcuts or reduction in the build quality, and I was assured that it wouldn't. Now, my question is that I appreciate every site is different, every builder is different, but why is it so different for you as a developer compared to them? Because that really is the basis as to whether we agree with you or don't.
And it does come back to, and unfortunately, it does come back to every site is different. And in this particular case, Littleport is 197 units, of which, I mean, there's 20% affordable, but and actually 217 if you include the self-build. It is substantially larger than Sutton. This development we have in front of us, 47 units. And so any fixed costs can be spread across many more units. So the economics and the viability changes. So they will have their own viability reports, which will create the returns which they found appropriate, 20% in this case. But when you're dealing with a small scheme, 47 units, or it's on the smaller end of developments, in a village of Sutton, in this instance, and we have a third-party assessment to validate this from the council, the economics are different. So, in answer to your question, a much bigger scheme can probably carry more affordable housing because the fixed costs can be split up over more housing, basically.
If I may just continue on, so again, what you're asking me to accept is that this site isn't viable because it's small. And I was therefore wondering why, in the first instance, you went for 30% affordable homes when you perhaps could have got less. Why did you go for 30 when it was so tight? Because I can't imagine that you didn't know which way the market was going when you made that application.
Okay, the viability over the last 5 or 6 years has evaporated materially. But the house prices 3 years ago are certainly not the same as they are now, or maybe slightly different, but the build costs have been a huge driving force, and they've increased. We've had war in Ukraine. I mean, obviously the Iran war didn't help a few months ago, but so in a sense, build costs have gone up a lot. House prices have been slightly falling to stagnant, and that has massively affected the viability. And I suppose, could we have predicted that at the time? I don't think that's necessarily. We wouldn't have tried to do that because that's not how you set your affordable housing. You would just do it on the day, and that's how it's done. And the question of whether it's viable, it's not that it can be made viable. So the proposal we put forward was to try and get a little bit of, so everyone get, we maintain some affordable housing contribution. I know it's not the full fat version, which is what we've explained is not viable, but we've tried to maintain some of that. We've reduced our margins so that we can get into this to try and balance all the different pieces. And in that scenario, that is a viable scheme, and we are ready to go, and we are ready to build. And I fear that in the alternative, this scheme will languish and sit, and the village of Sutton will not get its 47 houses because it's not viable.
Are you in a position to tell us what 9.5% profit amounts to in cash terms?
I'm sorry, I have to go through that. I mean, it would be the GDV times by. And it is a function of capital employed. So obviously, if you put in that money, you need to have that money back with 10%. So in a sense, it's sort of the percentage is what's is how it's done, and that's not just. I mean, that's how it's done by the third-party assessor, and that's how our experts have decided, and that's how the viability works. I mean, the GDV of the site. I'm sorry, I don't have that from me right now, but. So I can't tell you in figures. But is that necessarily, to what extent is that significant, or is that material?
It would just be interesting to know, because 9.5% of 10 million or 20 million or 30 million is a lot of money. So it would just be interesting to know what 9.57% equates to in cash terms.
Yeah. We obviously do have to put, the more that GDV is higher, the more money we have to put in to earn that GDV. So, you know, there is a risk. It's just a balance of risk and return.
Okay. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points. I've not seen the viability calculation, so I can't comment on that. And I don't like somebody coming here saying, if you don't do what we want, we're going to challenge this. But are you not just, as a group of companies, just playing around with money? Because if you look at Abbey Limited, which is your intermediate parent company, in its last accounts, it's an Irish-based company. Its profits last year to 2025 were 19,000 euros. But its profit to 2024 were 40.26 million euros, of which you paid out dividends of 41.11 million euros. So is this company not just playing around with money to try and get what you want?
First of all, our role as a business is to do developments where we build beautiful developments, but at the end of the day, they have to stack up as a business decision, because otherwise you can't just continue to do it. Otherwise we would go bust, and that would be that. But and in terms of the planning and the viability runs with the landowner. So this is true of whether. This is not supposed to be about Abbey or about specific people or specific companies. This is about the land and the permissions that we have before us. So I would respectfully say that it's not really relevant whether a parent company of something does this, because what's before us here is a scheme where we've analysed it, and unfortunately, with full policy compliance, it's not viable. However, if we push a little bit of the margin here and we have some affordable here, we can build a scheme which is viable, and we can go and we can build out and carry out today, and we can have shovels in the ground ready, going.
Councillor Trapp.
Thank you very much. I must say I do concur with Councillor Sharp that we're being actually pushed to an ultimatum, and we've now seen that over 200 houses can be built in Littleport, and we're saying, oh, this is the only way we can build these 45 houses, which is small in comparison, is by allowing this thing to happen. I'm sorry, I'm maybe being naive, but I think you paid too much for the land, if that's the case.
So the market, if this is a question, so the market price of the land we paid for is not relevant to any viabilities, and that's specifically stated in all of the reports. So for us, it's not about that. And in the reports, it says specifically you discount whatever the market price was. So it's just benchmarked against the benchmark land.
Okay. But I was there at the planning committee where actually I think houses were accepted, or it was allowed, despite the fact it was against the neighbourhood plan. The neighbourhood plan was saying single-storey only bungalows, I believe, the councillor for the ward will be probably speaking about that. But it was actually, so, oh no, we can't viable. So we've already gone against neighbourhood plan in the original application, and now we're saying it's even worse.
I mean, the decision that Peel's decision was, and the decision was made about the scheme as it sits now. We have 26 bungalows. Originally, obviously, the outline was for 53, so you can imagine we've gone from 53 to 47, and that has a material impact on the viability, of course, although marginal. 47 is not, and so we're delivering. This is a separate discussion.
Councillor Vellicott.
Thank you. Sorry to come back again. I'm just not convinced because there's a 5.1% gap between the plain version where we remove all affordable housing and the most generous, which is the commuted sum of £310,000. How is a 5.1% gap on a 47 home site a matter of, that's how fine the line is between viability and not? How is that possible?
Well, because the difference between 9.57 and 14.65, that's a 50% difference in your return on investment. So if you're making 10% versus 15%, the 15% investment is half better than 10. So it is massive. It's a huge change. And this is what, in the PPG sets out expectations for 15 to 20. So we said, we want to build the scheme out because we want to build the homes and we want to build these homes. And so, we've pushed it down to 15.65. We've allowed budget for the affordable housing and all the affordable housing contribution. And that's within, that's the lower end of the framework. And so, in answer to your question, it's a big difference between 10 and 15 because it's a 50% difference.
Councillor Ambrose-Smith.
Probably this is a very naive point. If you can't get approval for something that fits in with your what you need, would you walk away? Is this site, is there a value in it? Would you just sort of bank it and keep it in your back pocket until times get better? What would be your...
So as the default option, we would just have to, our first option would be to explore other options that we can make, but basically it's in its current state it's not viable, so we would just effectively sit on it and hope that maybe things might change. I'm very dubious about how much things will change specifically in Sutton because of the cost pressures we face, because of the house prices we face. I am suspicious that this site could languish if left in its current state, and it's unfortunate, but it's just the reality of the economics of the house building.
Could I come back, Chair? Could I just come
yes,
back?
you come back.
Would you be able to sell it to break even or make a small profit on it?
But so any developer who wanted to buy it would be buying it on the margins that the 15 to 20%.
Yeah.
So
it could be someone else sitting in your seat. Yeah.
Yeah. So they would they would face the same problem that we would. I mean, I just don't think it's realistic for any house builder to accept, as has been set out, to accept that 9.57%. So it would be below benchmark value, which is what establishes the viabilities. So it's
We're
not
really
realistic.
discussing the planning application here, not the finance behind it. Yeah. And Keith, Councillor Horgan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wonder if we could return the screen very briefly to the one that we was on originally that showed the site. That's the one there. Is that a current photograph?
Yeah, through you, Chair. It was taken 2 days ago.
Thank you. So, question for you. You said that you don't want the site languishing, is that correct?
Yes.
You got this permission in 2017, or the application was in 2017. Presumably it was approved shortly after that. How long did it take to get approval through? So 7 years it languished. Is that what we're here to understand? Yes?
Actually, you've got to remember, I went through outline and then it's gone through reserved matters. So the original outline was in, hang on, let's have a look. Sorry? Yeah, so the outline was, I think, permitted January 22, and reserve matters.
January 19.
Sorry. We've got two different applications on this site, so forgive me. So the one that went to appeal was granted
January 19.
January 19. It was approved in January 2019, the appeal. But for outline, I mean, obviously we've had the reserve matters since then. Which was July 24.
So when could somebody have started building on this site?
So if you get reserve matters in July 24, you have to clear your pre-commencement conditions, and that has taken, recently it's taken up to 9 months, so it'll take 9 months to clear pre-commencement conditions. Obviously, we knew about the viability issues, which has taken about probably 6 months to pull together all this viability information. Unfortunately, we were hoping that maybe we might get a bit of a bounce in viability as these things go on. It might improve, but the day well, it's not that it might improve. I mean, things are, it's gotten worse. So effectively, if you're getting July 24, you clear pre-commencement conditions in 9 months, then potentially you could start then. But again, it's a question of viability. And again, it's this question of.
So what we are to understand as to the history of this site is that it was delayed by the process for 7 years. And then when you were in a position to move forward, all of a sudden, the world had changed.
So just
sorry, I haven't asked a question yet. I appreciate your eagerness. Yeah, that was a statement. Okay. So I'm trying to understand that this is your first opportunity, yes or no?
Yes.
To come forward to go, Houston, we've got a problem. Is that correct?
Yes, and we follow the process for that. And if I can assure you that, I wish we were building this scheme out in 2020, because the prices were about the same as they are now, and the build costs were about 40% cheaper, and we would have made, this whole scheme would have stacked up if we could have built that in 2020. Unfortunately, and I hate to say it, the process, we couldn't until we got the appeals decision in 2024, and then we have to clear the pre-commencement conditions, and then we've got viability to deal with, and that is unfortunately the process. But I can hand on heart say that our commitment is to finish this site and deliver the homes, and then it will be finished and complete and done, and that is our commitment.
So someone might describe that as the perfect storm.
Well, there was a war.
There was a request at the start of this meeting, but we... I know. And I think that's really, we've finished with questions for you. So thank you very much indeed. And now, after a long wait, we have Councillor Dupre. Councillor Dupre, I'm so sorry that you've been waiting so long. I mean, your patience must be stretched. But I think you know the regulations.
Thank you very much, Chair, if I may begin. I'm speaking today on behalf of Councillor Mark Inskip, as well as on my own behalf, as the two councillors for the Sutton ward, to support the officer's recommendation for refusal of this application, and also of the related application which you will be asked to determine following the current item. I intend to speak only once on both applications at once, as they cover the same ground, and I'm afraid I will have to leave directly after answering any questions you may have for me, as I am due in Witchford in 1 minute to present to their parish council.
I'm very happy if you make your presentation and then you formally say, this is what I would be saying for the next item as well. I'm very happy to take it.
Thank you. The officer's report rightly states that the planning history for this site is complex. Sutton Parish Council originally included it in its first neighbourhood plan as a site for 25 bungalows on part of the current footprint. And those bungalows were intended for older people to downsize from homes they were under-occupying in order to free up family homes for families wanting to settle in Sutton. Endurance Estates then drove outline planning permission on the site for a significantly greater number of homes on a considerably larger area of the site, which was refused by this committee, but then allowed on appeal. The site was then sold with outline permission to Abbey Homes, who submitted several reserved matters applications in the succeeding years, all of them unacceptable in their attempt to take value from this site before eventually securing consent from this committee. And those repeated applications for reserved matters applications which were refused by this committee rightly or withdrawn is absolutely key to why this whole process has taken so long. The development is therefore already considerably larger than originally envisaged by the parish council, so we're talking 47 homes instead of 25. Councillor Inskip and I lodged an objection to this application and the next one on the ground that removal of all affordable housing from the site is contrary to the local plan and to the local need identified by Sutton Parish Council's Housing Needs Assessment, produced in support of the parish's neighbourhood plan. Officers have laid out for you the requirement of the local plan and the reasons why this should be respected. Meanwhile, Sutton Parish Council's Housing Needs Assessment estimated 3 dwellings per annum surplus affordable housing for rent, but a 7.5 dwelling per annum shortfall in affordable housing for sale in Sutton over the plan period 2022 to 2036. However, the need for affordable rent in Sutton is growing. There are fewer rented properties in Sutton than average. And the decision was made, but because of the uncertainty of how many would actually be able to be delivered across the village as a whole over the planned period, it was agreed that it was recommended in the housing needs assessment that there should be a 65-35 split between affordable housing for sale and affordable housing for rent. But overall, the picture is that affordable housing, whether for rent or for sale, is much needed in Sutton, and we would be very reluctant indeed to lose affordable housing on this site. The application to remove all affordable housing from this site therefore falls far short of the expectations of the neighbourhood plan and the assessed needs of the village. The offer has been made and described in the slides of instead providing for first homes or a commuted sum. I would say on that, firstly, that first homes are not what this site was ever about. As I explained, they were intended as senior citizen bungalows for people to downsize to. First homes is not the need in Sutton. And as for a commuted sum, which could be spent anywhere, that wouldn't help Sutton either. It could go anywhere in the district. We are not supportive, as ward councillors, of either of those options, although if the committee were minded, and I hope it isn't going to be minded, to overturn the officer's recommendations, it would clearly be preferable to have some form of less than market price housing in Sutton, but our firm belief is that there is every reason to progress with this scheme. Abbey bought this project, and it is where it is, largely through their repeated attempts to extract more value from the site than was acceptable in view of what was clearly the view of this committee and the content of the local plan and the requirements of the neighbourhood plan. So we are where we are, but I would strongly urge members, please, to uphold the officer's recommendations and refuse this application. Thank you.
Questions for Councillor Dupre? Where you go.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lorna. In terms of the local need assessment that was done in Sutton, what is that rate, and have other similar developments in the last few years met that rate?
The largest development we have that's ongoing at the moment is the Vistry site at the top of Meeple Road, which is in 2 phases. The first phase has been built out and the second phase is under construction at the moment, and that certainly has a substantial cohort of affordable housing, which is very, very welcome.
Councillor Trapp.
Could you remind me just how big those developments are, and whether the loss of 25 market houses would actually make any difference?
The two Vistry sites taken together are 250 homes. It was 77 in phase one and whatever. Sorry, it's late, I'm tired, I can't do the arithmetic, but it's 250 homes overall, of which 77 are already occupied.
Of which 30% are affordable, is that right?
Sorry?
How many are affordable?
I think it's the full amount, but I haven't got that figure at the
Okay, thank you very
front of
much.
my mind, sorry.
Any more questions? Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Between a bit of a rock and a hard place, it would seem. I'd just be interested in your opinion as to the offer, if you call it an offer, of either approve this or we don't build anything. Whilst neither is an option that you would prefer, I'm sure, undoubtedly, whatever we decide is going to end up with one of those two. Okay, what do you suggest?
I think one has to ask whether it's entirely credible that having sunk so much money and so much time, so many years, into trying to get reserved matters through this council, whether it is entirely credible that Abbey would walk away from this development and leave it there. I'm not convinced by that personally, and I think that members might want to take that with a pinch of salt, as I certainly do. I think that we have here a scheme that is going to turn them some profit after all their endeavours, and the fact that it's not a greater profit is largely down to Abbey and its repeated unacceptable reserved matters applications which this committee and this council, the planning officers, have rightly given back to them and said, no, try again.
So, if I may, so what you're suggesting, and again, I'm just checking, is call their bluff.
I'm not sure I would put it entirely in those terms, but I think the information that you've been given by the planning officers on this is absolutely right. The recommendation is absolutely true, and I think if we have a need, an identified need through a housing needs assessment for Sutton for affordable housing, and if we have a scheme that has the potential, has got permission on the basis that it provides that, then we ought to stand by our principles as an authority and stand by the need to see affordable housing provided in Sutton for Sutton residents.
You heard what I was saying there, that it was your statement and it was valid on both item 7 and item 8, but you're going somewhere else now.
Thank you, Chair. It's not for lack of interest, but I do have to be at Wychford Parish Council, as they did specifically invite me to attend and speak.
I'm just going to take advice on the best way to progress on this. So, right, well, we now have the officers giving a view, and who is...
It'll be me and it will be brief.
Oh, okay, do it.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Just a few things as officers we just want to remind members. So they have commenced on site, they have implemented the permission, therefore this permission can be implemented at any time in the future. The council is content and will robustly defend its arguments with regards to the 5-year housing land supply. It is considered that with the 2 recent appeal decisions that we've had, namely Streatham Road, which was allowed, and Isleham, which was not, it was very, very clear that the planning inspector are placing very high and very great weight with regards to our under provision of affordable housing, and therefore, as officers, we consider that to be a very significant material consideration whilst looking at this in the round when considering benefits against disbenefits. Was there anything else we wanted to say? I think that's about it. I think everything else has been covered to death, so I'm reluctant to go and cover the same ground again. So
but we will go to questions to the officers, which is now a current activity. So any questions? Okay, so then we'll move on to debate. Councillor Whelan.
I'd like to propose that we refuse the application as recommended by the officers.
And that's, I think, your hand was second. So we have Councillor Whelan and Councillor Colbert. Firstly, proposing and second. And that's exactly as the officer's recommendation. And we will go to the vote on that. We've got a. So it's Councillor Whelan has proposed, Councillor Colbert has seconded, and that. Oh, I think she's. All right, we'll go on to debate. I didn't think there was any. Oh, I didn't think there was any activity there. I made a record of your request. Keith, away you go.
Thank you, Chair. I don't fundamentally disagree with anything that the applicant has said in terms of the current state of the market. It is depressed, despite all of the attempts of people who represent the industry, estate agents, who continually try to talk the market up. I think they are doing their very best to try and deny the inevitable that we are going through a difficult time at the moment. However, I just worry that should we agree with this application and remove all affordable housing, it sends a signal to developers that they can come here and they don't need to be serious about it. And clearly, not just in Sutton, not just in East Cambridgeshire, but the whole country needs affordable homes. Yes, they do need first homes, I agree. They need lots of them. But equally, there are other markets. There are older people that aren't buying their first home that need affordable homes, smaller homes. But the market is against everybody currently, and therefore, unfortunately, it sets a dangerous precedent if we approve this removal of the affordable homes, and therefore I'm not going to be able to support that motion, that proposal.
Thank you. I'll just say briefly, I mean, whether the developer, any developer on any site builds a site they've got permission for or not is irrelevant to me personally, and I think to this committee as a whole. I remember having extensive arguments about whether a drop to 20% for some applications we've heard was acceptable, and sort of barely scraping through on that front. We have to view the principle of any application, regardless of the circumstances, that comes forward to us, which is 0% or close to 0% affordable housing, is not acceptable under our local plan. So I'm happy to refuse the application.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree with what's been said before. I think of this as losing affordable homes rather than gaining market homes. And we've got enough houses being built and therefore I think the loss of the affordable element is the main thing here, and we need those. We're crying out for them in this area, and we cannot have them, and we seem to be not being able. So I think I will be supporting the proposal.
Is there any reason why you want to continue with the debate, or can I go to a vote now? We have a proposal from Councillor Whelan, and it's been seconded by Councillor Colbert, and it is to refuse the application in line with the officer's recommendation on agenda item 7. So will those in favour please raise their hands?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Yep, thank you, Chair. So agenda item 8 is intrinsically linked to the decision just made. So this is an application to vary the physical plans approved under the Reserved Matters application, which identifies the 14 affordable units. So we've got an approved and a proposed plan. So the proposed plan just removes the annotation referencing affordable homes. This is a materials plan which again annotates where the affordable homes are going. So the proposal is to remove reference to affordable homes from both of these plans. This is a Section 73 application, so it would effectively result in the reissuing of the permission. In line with the previous recommendation, this is also proposed to be refused because obviously officers consider that it's not appropriate at this time to remove the affordable housing provision from this scheme. Thank you.
I'm told be able to go straight to a vote again on this.
No, that's not what I said. I said you need to offer, because he's registered to speak, you need to offer first to the applicant if he wants to speak.
The officers do, yes, we offer the applicant, of course we would. Would you like to speak again?
If I may, just for a few moments.
Please do.
So I thank you for your time again. And, I just wanted to say a couple of things. Firstly is that the offer we'd put together for first homes, or £310,000, for us represents a material amount. And I wanted to say that it's not no affordable homes, but we are offering the homes. Also on the market sale homes, just for the benefit in terms of the sort of the valuations, which is it's in the application in any case, 2-bed house at £275,000, which I believe is below the national average. And so in a sense, homes are, would be built, and are they strictly speaking affordable in the sense of the tenure? No, but the market homes will provide homes for people. Which would have a benefit. I give the rest of my time back to the Chair. Thank you very much.
I believe we have gone, my finger's getting sore. I believe we have gone through the second of the two, and I believe it would be appropriate, I think, to have different proposers, and I think I haven't got to a stage where I've even asked them yet. I felt it would be appropriate for me to be a proposer or seconder, and I think it would be appropriate as well if the acting vice chair was seconding in that. So we're going to vote now with me proposing it and the Vice Chair, Martin, seconding it.
Just to be very clear, this is a vote to refuse the application.
Those in favour, raise their hands.
Yes, that's unanimous again, Chair.
Okay. We're going to do the Burwell item, and then that will be the end of the day, we believe. So that's item number.
Sorry, just to clarify, we're going to roll the performance onto next week. Sorry, we're just going to roll the performance report to next Wednesday's committee due to time.
What about the exempt report?
We voted that first thing.
Yeah, that was voted on during the minutes section.
We said, should we include the blue papers with the other ones, and everybody voted for it, so it's been and gone. So we are on item 12, and we need the officer presentation. The Vice Chair has left the room, and therefore I feel it's appropriate that I could leave the room as well. And I'll be back in about 4. Okay, are we ready to restart? And we have the officer presentation, item 12.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for the delay. My presentation will be about Kingsway Solar Farm and the application to the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero for a Development Consent Order, or DCO, and this stage is of the adequacy of consultation. The site is land to the east of Cambridge between Burwell and Bolsham. I'll show a map in a minute. It's effectively an external consultation by the Planning Inspectorate, who will be the examining authority on behalf of the Secretary of State assessing the application. So we will be consultees, as you all know. So the site goes from the south, just north of Balsham, within South Cambridgeshire. This is the boundary line in orange here. All the elements of solar panels and BESS, etc., will be located in South Cambridgeshire, and what mostly affects East Cambridgeshire up until Bowell is the connection or the grid connection corridor, as we say, as we refer to on the report. Since the publication of the report, we have been formally notified by the application, the DCO application by the Planning Inspectorate. The documents have not been yet uploaded on the site, unfortunately, so that's a correction from what I said on the report. And we have a deadline to submit this response to the adequacy of consultation by the 9th of June next week. It is shared with officers in confidence, hence it's not a document for publication. The actual consultation report, which will be part of the DCO. So in my report to you, I mentioned the adequacy of consultation milestone report, which is a draft previous submitted to the Planning Inspectorate and to us, talking about the process of consultation. We did review the consultation report that was recently submitted, the confidential version, and we conclude that the recommended response that is in front of you would not change. We will still require consideration for delegated authority for the strategic planning and development management manager to carry out minor amendments to the pro forma, which is a standard form for the response, just to make reference to the consultation report. Is a formality, in fact. As a background, the development put forward to the Secretary of State will comprise of construction, operation, maintenance, and the commission of a solar voltaic and electrical battery storage generating facility with a capacity of up to 500 megawatts, and associated development and infrastructure required to facilitate the connection, which is the part of the development that concerns us. Before accepting the application, which PINS will have 28 days, the Planning Inspectorate will have 28 days to do. As part of it, the PINS have to consult the relevant authorities, local authorities where the land, the development is located, to confirm compliance of the consultation process in relation to 3 sections of the Planning Act 2008. And I'm terribly sorry, it's a bit of a boring topic at this point, but please bear with me. The merits of the application, of the development itself, is not part of this response to PINS so far. It's so that they consider the process of consultation to accept or not the DCO application. So the recommended response that we've prepared was to suggest that they have complied with Section 42, the duty to consult. They did consult us. Section 48 is the duty to publicise. Nothing leads us to believe that they haven't. We have seen news and they have reported as such. So we are considering that they have complied. And Section 47, however, which is the duty to consult local authority, some of the subsections talk about a little bit of the process on how this has to be done. And we are stating on our response, the recommendation in front of you, is that they have not complied with subsections 5 and 7. And I'll try to explain briefly why. Section 47, subsection 5, requires that the applicant have regard to any consultation response received. We have reiterated the lack of information about the development throughout the process. We have formally said that more than once, and the information provided in our understanding continued to be insufficient throughout the process without justification. So we do conclude that or the suggested conclusion is that the applicants did not have regard to our consultation response as local authority or relevant authority. In terms of the section 47.7, the requirement is for applicant to carry out consultation as proposed by themselves on the statement of community consultation, the statement proposed was to refine the development of the Great Corridor through stakeholder engagement, and initially it was shown two corridor options, but no information on how we would influence that choice. The next document we received, there was a choice made, so the East Corridor was chosen. There was a comparative table between two options. However, again, recommending for further refinement having regard to statutory consultation and findings from surveys. However, no information was provided on how the engagement has influenced the choice for the corridor, the East Corridor. Again, the recommended responses for the Council to state that the design refinement of the Greek Corridor has not considered engagement, and therefore consultation has not been carried out as proposed, therefore not complying with section 47.7. Although this is not part of the request from PINS, there's a relationship between the EIA regulations for infrastructure and the Planning Act 2008. And given that this is an EIA development, Section 12 of the regulations would matter to us because it defines a little bit more the quality of the information that needs to be provided at pre-application stage. And the aim for those requirements is to help the consultation bodies, us, one of them, to understand the likely significant effects of the development and inform responses. However, information including baseline surveys, basic information, technical studies and effective mitigation have not been made available throughout the consultation process for the Great Corridors in particular, including on the statement of community consultation and the preliminary environmental impact report, which is at stage 2 of consultation. A document that they have to publicize. So throughout the process, they have considered there would be significant impact in some topics, for example, but not necessarily further developing how mitigation would be, and even less discussing with us what would be the possibilities, the alternatives for that mitigation in general terms. Our recommendation is that the Council as a consultation body concludes therefore that there was not sufficient information to understand the likely significant effects of the development and inform our consultation responses through the process. My recommendation is that members approve the draft response, which is Appendix 1 of your report, stating that the applicants have complied with sections 42 and 48, however not complied with section 47 of the Planning Act 2008 for the reasons set out in the proforma. You have the final 4 pages of the proforma includes evidence as to why we think they have not complied. And delegated authority for us, for the strategic planning and development management manager to carry out minor amendments and for us to submit the response on behalf of the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Well, that's very comprehensive and well done. This is another of these peculiar ones, as I don't know whether we just ask members if there's any questions you've got. Oh, you have, good. Councillor Horgan.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as you say, very comprehensive. Well done. Just a couple of questions quickly. What's the implications for the applicant if our assertion that they have not complied is agreed with?
The Planning Inspectorate may not accept the submission, and for example, ask them to amend or retake part of the process and then come back and submit again. But that's it. The main outcome could be they not accepting the submission.
What's the chances of that?
It's a wild guess.
I would probably, if I was a betting man, I'd probably say it's fairly low. But I think it's an absolutely worthwhile exercise for us to show our disquiet about how they've behaved in the process so far, because at least then, hopefully, it's registered, and B, it may be acted upon as we go further through the process, because we're still very early in the process for dealing with this NSEP. So,
Couldn't agree more.
I think, Councillor Sharp, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thanks for the report. My question really is when, and if maybe, do we get the chance as a council to debate? And I know we're looking at the procedure here, but the actual, for want of a better word, the meat of the application, whether we agree or disagree with it, when does that come forward to us, if it does?
So if the submission is accepted, which will be finally determined on the 18th of June, and on the 28 days statutorily required, then we would follow to the next stage, which is we'll be invited to send relevant representations telling the Planning Inspectorate which are our concerns, which we believe should be taken into account during the examination. After that, we will be invited to submit a local impact report, and that's prepared by the council's officer, the council itself. And it's a more in-depth report on those concerns, primarily stated in the previous stage. After that, it's then under control, in rough terms, of the Planning Inspectorate, who would then start the examination process. We would probably be invited to hearings, etc., and to respond questions along the process as well.
So the timetable is controlled by PINS. Our understanding is that once it's assuming it is accepted, we have, I think it's 28 days, isn't it, to make relevant representations. So the first stage is quite short.
6 weeks. Yeah, it's quite short.
So 6 weeks to make relevant representations. We will, as per the scheme of delegation, depending on timings and where we're at with regards to drafting it, we'll either bring it to an appropriate committee, or if that's problematic, because clearly we still need to draft a document, we can't just list it on a committee on like day one, so it'll depend on where it falls. If not, we will follow the protocol, which off the top of my head will involve it being sent to the local ward members, leaders of both parties, for them to then consider and to make comments and suggested amendments to before any submission is then made to PINS. So we will brief members as soon as we know more when it comes to dates. At the moment, we're not being difficult. We just don't know exactly when it's going to be.
If I can come back, sorry. Yeah, no, thank you, David. No, it was really trying to get detail, because although it now doesn't run through my ward, it's very close to it. It used to run through part of a county patch, and I'm aware totally of, obviously, the issues that are on
Councillor
this.
Trapp has a question.
Yes, presumably this is in the public domain, and therefore I can share it with the 3 villages in my ward which are affected by it.
Simply put, yes, it's a piece of paper which has been presented to the Planning Committee.
Thank you very much.
In the public domain.
Just wanted to confirm that. But thank you very much for doing it as well, so far.
Yeah, all the paperwork of the application, once it's been accepted by PINS, has to be uploaded onto their website. At the moment, they haven't released that because they haven't gone through that process. Again, once that's known, we will let members know that information is out there
I
in
can
the
let
public
them
domain.
point to the clerks, the 3 clerks involved here, to this. Thank you.
If there's no more questions for officers, we're going to postpone the planning performance report until next week. And I believe, unless you've got something you want
we need to vote on this because this is a...
We are going to vote on it, that's for sure. So we're going to vote on what we've just discussed, and I believe that it's a very comprehensive and a bit of hard work's been done, and it's very effective. So if that is a view of the committee, will you please raise your hands? It can be chaired by... He's got a bigger hand than you. I think we've finished. Thank you very much for your patience, your wit.
What?